This has never been done before in Canada. Our country was in need of its own sovereign AI infrastructure. So TELUS built it. This is Canada's first fully sovereign AI factory. A powerful, super secure facility that gives Canadian businesses and researchers the computing power they need to create, train, and deploy their own AI models. Authentic sovereignty means controlling every layer, from the physical chips to the data processing. Everything is operated and controlled by Canadians under Canadian law. This direct ownership is critical, as it mitigates vulnerabilities that exist when you rely on external parties.
Notre centre de données ici à Rimouski, c'est un bâtiment qui est sécuritaire, qui est innovateur,
Oui.
qui est efficace énergiquement. We run the entire network on TELUS Pure Fiber, and with 99% renewable energy and 75% less water usage.
What drives the factory are NVIDIA's most advanced GPUs. They provide the massive computing power needed to build AI from the ground up.
Les plateformes qui existent, qui ne sont pas canadiennes,
Oui.
nous rendent vraiment vulnérables, nous rendent dépendants au point de vue économique, au point de vue politique également. Alors, pouvoir le développer ici au Canada, pouvoir compter sur une entreprise canadienne pour développer ce type de technologie pour l'économie canadienne, pour l'ensemble du pays, ben, ça va diminuer effectivement notre dépendance. Alors, c'est extrêmement important de pouvoir compter sur de l'intelligence artificielle souveraine au Canada.
The future of AI is Canadian, and it starts here.
No wonder there's problems in Canada. They speak French. There's some people here. Okay, Railtown is down 2 cents. And I hear the criticisms ringing in my ear. The company doesn't know what they're doing. You don't have any source of information. You're flying blind. It's not true. I've been through this before. You know, it's all that stuff. All I can say is if you're feeling pressure on Railtown because you're a trader, well, take the actions you feel you need to take. I can't fight it anymore. In Canada, there is no sense of urgency. Everything is run by attorneys. Being nice, eh? It's not New York City. So it's a completely different culture. But if you can get past your need to trade every day, your need to see action every day, there's got to be an update every day. And you realize that Railtown has one goal: book revenues, which will lead to profits. Book revenues, and have Microsoft buy the company. That's it. Can you wait for that? If you can wait for that, you'll make 100 times your money. If you can't wait, go jump around on all the Benedetto beauties, the Borders bombs, and the ham hypes. Test your luck. At least you'll have action. At least you'll have action. And you'll have a daily update that gets your blood pumping. and you'll lose your money, but hey, some people it's not about the money, it's about the action, the action, the action. We want action, 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 action. Where's the action? Railtown's not an action stock. Railtown is not a hot stock. Railtown is not a stock the CEOs, the management, is trying to pump up. Railtown is simply this. Railtown is simply this. It's the best product in its space and maybe the best product in software development for AI. First to market, best in class, proprietary, SOC 2 approved, and it addresses not a big market, not a large market, not motorcycles in the United States size market. It addresses the largest market in the world, software development. And there's plenty of room for competition, but the competition is going to take a while to get up to speed. They've been building this for over 4 years, 4.5, 5 years. And it's self-learning. They have a gigantic, or large anyway, beta testing group is ready to go. There's an arms race to acquire these companies. First to market, best in class, SOC 2, I guess matters, and commercial stage. There's an arms race. Who's funding the arms race? Microsoft, NVIDIA, Facebook, Amazon, Tesla, others. Private equity, Wall Street, funds. It's going on. But we need action now. We need news now. Where's the news now? We haven't heard any news in 2 weeks, therefore there must be something wrong. Well, I think that's very limited thinking. Limited. When you have human beings doing things, there's all sorts of decisions being made, frankly, by people who are more stupider than you are. Happens all the time. Happens in the grocery line, happens as you're trying to turn left across a busy highway and you've got the green light for 10 seconds. It happens when you're trying to order sandwiches at a popular deli and it's lunch hour and you have to pull a number and people huddle around that number. After they get their ticket, they don't get out of the way. So then you have no way in to get your ticket, even though you were there. There's such a crowd. Other people get their number first. When people are involved, delays happen. Does that ruin the whole story? Does that mean your sandwiches aren't going to be good when you get it? Does that mean when you finally turn left, you're not going to be on the road taking you west? Just because people cut and mill around and move around at the grocery store doesn't mean when you finally get to the cash register and they ring you up and you get your groceries to your car, your groceries are any worse. You've got to fight your temptation to treat Railtown as if it's one of these other stocks. It isn't. Well, yeah, but where's the news? What's going on? I mean, there was news. Well, you got the news 2 weeks ago. Just wasn't complete. Just wasn't complete. Why wasn't it complete? Well, I'm not an attorney. I'll try to show you right now what they released, I guess last night. I didn't see it until this morning. But it's procedure. It's attorneys. It's Canada. If Russia attacks, the United States will protect us, We can just waddle around up here and speak French. That was mean. French is a perfectly good language. So we're now down 3 cents on Railtown. So look, if you're sick of it, just do what you want to do. I'm tired of fighting it. You need to get out, get out. You don't believe in it, don't believe in it. I blocked Bill Miko. I don't think he was a sincere stockholder. I think he was here to shit on it. So I blocked him. But if you feel the way Bill Miko does, take action, you'll feel great. You'll feel great for 5 minutes. You'll feel great as you go out to dinner. You'll feel great when you play golf in the morning or when you swim at your gym or you exercise or you do your spin class. You'll feel great. And then next week, you'll feel sick to your stomach when the stock starts going. I think with 1, 2, or 3 revenue announcements, the stock is $1.25, $1.50. And yeah, but where's that buying? If it's so great, where is that buying? If they know this, why isn't the buying coming in? You don't want to listen. You don't want to believe, but institutions do not buy under $1 for the most part. They don't. Well, then where are the whales? A lot of whales are full of shit. They say they're going to come in, but they don't. Or they're just like you. They invested everything they intend to invest. Look, the system is rigged against longs. If a whale has $50 billion and puts $1 billion to work in a name, $1 billion. Well, system just has to manufacture $10 billion worth of stock. $1,100,000 worth of stock. The system, the capital formation system in the United States sucks. And as soon as China or Russia or one of the other countries comes up with an honest capital formation system, money will flow there. Money will flow there. But this is temporary. This is temporary. I get a lot of feedback, blast back from a lot of different people. It's uncomfortable. Well, grow up. So was wearing diapers. That was really uncomfortable. So was going to your first week of class in college. That was uncomfortable. So was learning how to, whatever, any skill you have. First learning how to use the stick shift. That was uncomfortable. So it's uncomfortable for a little while. It'll change. It'll change. Let me ask you something. Would you rather the CEO were pumping up the stock price? Or would you rather have the CEO out making sure revenue deals are in place? That you don't know. I'd rather, yeah, but how do you know if you don't? That's not the stock for you. It's the stock for you. I believe this is a great opportunity to purchase the stock. It's back to 42 cents. It rallied on rumor of news. It's all the way back down. very low volume. It's the same situation. You have endless selling from shorts because Adina Friedman, Chuck Crawwell, the SEC, FINRA, your brokerage firm, they all approve of it. If you're a seller, you can cheat, lie, steal, collude, break securities laws, and nobody's coming after you. Nobody. If you're a CEO, you're long, you got to follow the rules. And I'll try to show you, I don't know what the rules are in Canada, but it seems that to get the AIP deal, which is not completed, apparently Tony Two Shoes, Tony Double Step, Tony Two Face is now saying the deal's done. Well, I don't know where he's getting his information. Maybe the company talks to him because he's so stellar. He got many of you not to buy at 25 cents because he just made assumptions and trashed it. If you bought the stock at 25, 30 cents, it's uncomfortable, but you feel all right now. But if you paid 50, it doesn't feel as good. That's just normal. It's just normal. It's just how it is. How do you change that? What do you do to change that? How you feel. Oh my God, it's down. Must be another lie. This is just like the legal firm for GTII. It's all bullshit. Corey's lying. Marwan's lying. Dr. Tom Kaur is lying. They don't know what they're doing. It's all bullshit. It's just, and you don't know anything about motorcycles. And of course, Microsoft can build this, and there's going to be competition. And the longer it goes out without news, you're just full of crap. Friday's trading was catastrophic. Well, if you want to listen to all that, this probably isn't the stock for you. Nobody said making a lot of money is easy. Of course, nobody said it'd be this hard. But the volume's very low. There is no urgency in Canada. Now, I don't know if there might be urgency on Corey Brandolini's part and Marwan Haddad's part. No urgency in the attorneys. None. Zip. No urgency. I told you that months and months ago. Attorneys don't give a flying fig about stock price. They don't give a crud about shareholders. They just want their bill paid. They want to look better than the other girl, the other attorney, and they want their documents to hold up. And they want their time off and their other client. And they want you to listen to their jokes, which aren't funny. And if they got to lecture you about something, they expect you to listen to that too. They don't care about the stock price. Why isn't the company doing something? Where's all the buyers you're talking about? I don't know where the buyers are. I think the buyers have been in there. But my experience, and I was taught early on, stocks are not purchased, they're sold. That means you need to pitch an idea to an investor before she will buy it. Because I've worked with a lot of companies, I had one meeting where an IR firm, who I respect very much, a friend of mine founded it. The president came out to visit, sitting around a conference table, and everybody talked but maybe 45 minutes in, he pointed out that when you're doing an IR campaign, when you're doing a campaign to get a story out, you got to touch the investor 7 times on average before they invest. What does touching mean? Email, phone call, pitch, send them the deck. So last Wednesday, 2 Wednesdays ago, 2 weeks ago, really, the company made an announcement that was incomplete. We bought AI pending shareholder approval. And then they filed the document with more details. There are about 6 things that need to be crossed off or have to work in their favor for the deal to close. What does that mean to shorts? Punish the stock. Punish the stock. Maybe we can blow up the deal and make money. Or punish the stock, punish the stock, punish the stock. Maybe when they go to raise money, they'll have to issue more shares. And maybe we'll be part of it with the money we sold into existence out of thin air. But if they issue more shares, anything that's good is worth less per share. So we make money that way. This is what's allowed to happen at Adena Friedman's NASDAQ and at Chuck E. Cheese's OTC. And they don't care. And you think Railtown's going to be treated differently just because we're in it. It's not. It's not. But this is temporary. This is temporary. What's the good news about 2 Wednesdays ago? Well, they started the process of being able to talk about the company. But I'll ask you some questions. If the company went around to some of their core investors, and if Canaccord went around to some of their go-to investors, and if AIP, John Ruffalo and Mike Norbrega went to OMERS and went to some of the pension fund investors, went to some of the early round investors in Constellation Software. I'm making all of this up. But if they went to all these people and they said, look, we're going to tell you the story, but you have to sign an NDA. And you simply cannot trade on this information because you're an insider until the deal is closed. Till the information is public and the deal's closed. Well, is the deal closed? We don't know that. We don't know it at all. I think I would assume there's going to be no problem with the deal being closed. But is 2 weeks unreasonable, considering the Canadians had a holiday and they don't work on holidays? For the most part. Is it unreasonable that it's taken 2 weeks? I don't know. I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. And then, if the company, another thing I put out for your thought, if the company was working on revenue deals, let's call them those, enterprise sales agreements, and they were being held up as well because of the period of time from February 11th to 2 Wednesdays ago, because they're being held up because the deal isn't closed. I'm not exactly sure why that would be a legal obstacle to announcing transactions, but there could be any number of reasons. You don't want to screw up the agreed terms of the deal. It could be that some of these revenue sharing deals involve shares of stock. You have no idea what the cap table is. It may just be that because the company wasn't supposed to enter into any other agreements while this transaction was pending from a regulatory standpoint. I don't know. I'm not an attorney. But let's just say there's some sort of restrictions along those lines. Is the deal done yet? I don't know. I don't know. Is 2 weeks? Is 2 weeks, considering there must have been at least a 4-day holiday, 5-day holiday in there for Thanksgiving? Is 2 weeks unreasonable? Before we start to see potential revenue deals out of some alleged pipeline? Oh, it's all bullshit. You don't know. They haven't announced it, therefore everything's wrong. Well, you can take that tact. You can also Google Corey Brandolini. You can Google John Ruffalo, but you don't. If you want to listen to a motorcycle dealer tell you that I'm full of crap because I'm suggesting to you that Microsoft will buy the company for a lot of money, when he, because of his experience in investment banking, he knows that Microsoft could just build the company that build the tool cheaper than buying the whole company. You're full of crap. Well, if you want to listen to that childish, experienced reasoning, go ahead. But it's just not the case. It's just simply not the case. Well, how come the news came out 2 weeks ago and nothing's happened? The stock is down. Well, stock's back down to where it was before the rumor of the news got the stock up. Hot money drove it up. Hot money gets out. Just life. Just life. So you have a choice, as ever. Buy, sell, hold. I think you should be buying the stock with both hands. Yeah, but you've been saying that since June. Yeah, that's true. I'm still saying it. Buy it with both hands, with everything you got. If I had money, I would buy it. I tried to get, here's a symbol of, I tried to get my shares that I bought in Dolly Varden instead of Bitcoin. I tried again to get them into my account so I could sell them. I'd come back and buy later, but I could buy Railtown. And I get it back. Morgan Stanley has conducted a review of the certificates and determined it cannot accept the shares. If you have physical shares, you're screwed. They design it so everything's electronic, so they can do this criminal enterprise on a system-wide scale. They're all in on it. There are several risk factors we take into consideration when reviewing certificates for deposit. These include, among other things, information about the stock, its liquidity, and the underlying company. Based on one or more of these factors, we have determined not to accept the certificates and are returning them to your attention. Can't get them back in. That's why you stay in the electronic system. And that's where you get graped. You get graped over and over and over and over and over again. So you figure that's what's happening here. What I suggest to you that's happening with Railtown is that the company had to put everything on hold until the AI deal was completed. It's not completed. But now they can start moving. The motion starts. There was a holiday. They're getting into action. And the first revenue deal, second revenue deal, third revenue deal, probably using the exact same attorneys, slower than the World Bank. And we just have to wait. But once it starts, and once it starts building on itself, when this stock is $1.25, $1.50, you're going to go, gee whiz, I should have bought. By the time you comfort yourself with news and what's going on, and I need to know, and I need blah, 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 it'll be $1.50. I wish I had money. That's my liquid asset. I could have sold and bought shares. I don't know what this is worth right now. It's also under $5. They might have the $5 rule. Let's see where it's a New York Stock Exchange stock, $4.29, under $5. That could be the reason. So, you know, little over 30 grand. That would buy what? 60,000 shares, 70,000 shares. I would have done it, but I'm not going to have a chance to do it. I tried. I just gave you my evidence that I tried. The FedEx came this morning. So we're all in the same boat. I have limited resources. You may as well. We've invested, and we sit and watch the stock as the criminals every single day sell shares. Now remember, their goal, they don't sell to hold it for 6 months. They sell to push their bet, press their bet. If they can get it from 56 down to 50 one day, and then 50 down to 47, and then 47 to 44, and then 44 to 40 each day on 100,000 shares, they're taking more out of the market than they could make in a month waiting on tables. They have no skills. They have no skills except cheating. And you look at it and go, oh my God, there's something wrong. There's something wrong. You got to get that out of your head. I don't know how to do it for you. But if the best analogy I can give is Railtown. If you treat it like a private equity investment, you're getting in at pre-money valuations. You're getting in at R&D valuations, and you'd have to wait. The only difference is you wouldn't see the price every day, so you wouldn't be going insane. Your brain would be doing other things. Oh, that's going to work out. I can wait, and your life would go on. But instead, you can watch this every day, and you see that if you purchased 6,000 shares of GDC at $7, you had the great experience of the stock going down by $2.50. But hey, at least it's action. Better than Railtown. If you bought G-Bucks at $3, $4, $5, It's 18 cents, but at least it's action. At least it's action. We want action. More important than making money is action. If you bought M10 at $27, $24, $20, you've had the great experience. It's at $5. But hey, there's action. And Ham says it's going to go to 150 or whatever. And after they get GDC to run, they're going to come to M10. GDC's free money. And you can take that to the bank. And you're missing out on that because you're in Railtown. Well, if that's your mindset, Railtown's not that kind of stock. You're mixing Railtown in with a bunch of hokey pokey. Put your left leg in, put your left leg out, shake it all about. That's not Railtown. I'm sorry it's taking longer for them to announce revenue deals than we would prefer. I'm sorry it's taking so long. The attorneys are getting this acquisition of AIP papered up. Let me ask you a question. If the attorneys screwed up the acquisition of AIP, and let's say 6 months from now, AIP, let's be fantastical. Something. AIP, and let's say that you get a lawsuit. Hey, I didn't vote for that deal. Somebody got in my computer and used the electronic signature system, but it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I don't know what that was. So there's a lot of short-term pain while we wait for the attorneys to do it right, so that when the company gets sold, there's no lawsuits. So that's the part of our pain, is waiting. $101,000 shares at 1 o'clock, 40 by 42. And I just want to change the subject. I'm in a bad mood now with my, I hope you're not in a bad mood after listening to me. I just want to change the subject briefly, and then I'll go to your questions. Now, I see this headline, Precious Metal Pummeled. Remember, when it comes out in the headlines, everybody knows about it. They're setting you up. What was it that Marion Barry said? The blank, blank, blank set me up. Set me up. This was something that caught my attention. Just to be clear, I don't think the stock market's on the verge of a crash. But there can always be sharp pullbacks. I do think the stock market will crash after the Dow gets to 65,000, after the S&P gets to 8,500, after NASDAQ gets to 30,000, after the Russell gets to 4,000, after gold gets to 5,000 and silver gets to 120. And these are the same numbers I've been quoting to you for over a year, longer than I've talked to you about Railtown. So this is by Tyler Durden today. And it's an interesting thing to look out for. When the crash comes, it's going to be something nobody expected. It's not going to be what you think it's going to be. It could be an earthquake in Taiwan interrupting chips. It could be a flood in Silicon Valley interrupting chips. It could be that Saudi Arabia announces they're going to hold the remaining oil for future generations, and their ability to produce 9 million barrels a day falls to 4 million, and they consume 3 million. Could be that. It could be that the actresses who live on the west coast of the United States start having symptoms of cancer, and a brave doctor comes out and she says, this is from Fukushima Daiichi. This is the radiation in the Pacific Ocean. And then all of a sudden the real estate on the West Coast collapsed. It could be, I don't know. Make it up. It could be anything unexpected that triggers the collapse in the market. But I don't think we're there quite yet. But anyway, just to read this to you, NDFIs are the new Alt-A. Bank of America warns of forced selling if private credit issues persist. And the question is it really bad? But the whole concept, there's a whole shadow banking. There's a lot of money in private equity. And I have a friend in London who I worked with for a long time. He's probably the best. He's a combination of the best salesman, honest, but best salesman I've ever known. But also he's the greatest consumer. He spends as soon as he makes money. But he is always on the latest fad. He never gets in early and perceives where we're going to be. He's always in the latest fad. Whatever's in the current excitement, whatever the crowd is doing. So one of the things is private equity. He's in it now. The idea is that you go buy companies. You take public companies private. You buy companies which are private. But there's a whole valuation question there, because they mark them up and they pay themselves. But if there is a depression, if things do not work out in the rosy ways they valued these, and you have to mark down those assets, they're not liquid. Anyway, I think that's what this is about. Let's find out what it says. As Bank of America's Savita Subramanian, must be Armenian, writes in the first edition of her Q3 earnings tracker series, which you have to subscribe to read, big banks posted solid beats across the board. They beat expectations. And they are very bullish. Consumer resilience, strong deal pipeline, and positive regulatory tailwinds. But despite solid results, the KBW Bank Index, KBW, Keller, I don't know what the KBW Bank Index is, lagged last week. And while big banks cited mostly benign credit backdrop with stable delinquency trends, Zion Bancorp $50 million charge-off disclosure related to two C&I loans sent regional banks tumbling. Another one-off headline, this time from Western Alliance, added to concerns just after Jamie Dimon warned of probably more credit cockroaches to come. And all of this happened in the immediate aftermath of the Tricolor and First Brand Industries bankruptcies, which combined concerns about bad / rehypothecated credit with outright fraud, sparking panic that not only are there cockroaches, but that bank loan officers have done little to no diligence this cycle, and the dam is just waiting to be unleashed. I didn't know cockroaches hide behind dams, but whatever. Which brings us to Savita's rhetorical question. Is NBFI the new Alt-A? Banks tone reminiscent of 2007. As the Bank of America strategist explains, bank tone is reminiscent of the cautious optimism ahead of the 2007 market peak. NBFI, by the way, is non-bank financial institutions. Non-bank financial institutions. Or some people, they're saying here, some people call it non-depository financial institutions. So in 2007, the quote was, quote, size of mortgages is modest, no real indicator of worsening trends, except for subprime, is small for us, quote, overall credit environment generally stable. Looking at this very carefully, and we do see some slight weakness in autos and second mortgages, unquote. My guess is Savita in 2007 was still in college, maybe high school. Today, here's the quotes today. Quote, comfortable with our exposure. Quote, non-bank financial institutions, non-depository financial institutions are a very broad category, all sorts of different activities. We have a very, very diversified book of lending exposure. I don't care how many varies you use, you shouldn't use them at all. Quote, if you got into a period where we had a credit cycle, quote, closely watching the potentially softening labor market, quote, I am not sure that our lending to the non-bank financial institutions community is an area of risk that we see is more elevated than any other. So this is what Savita is pointing out. Still, prior to the great financial crisis, bank balance sheets were very different. And then they paren. Sure they were. They weren't floating in an ocean of taxpayer subsidies, i.e. Federal Reserve, Fed bank reserves. That was the paren. So pre-GFC bank balance sheets were very different, which is why Bank of America's view is that risks may not be as acute for regulated public banks given a regime change in balance sheets and capital. That said, Savita warns that she sees risks for the S&P 500 from potential, this is the thing that got me, there could be potential forced selling driven by problems in private lending because asset owners have legged into a barbell of passive index funds and private equity. So if they get in trouble, you got to sell what's liquid. I'm going to stop it there. I don't think we're at this problem yet, but these are the kind of things to bear in mind. Why do you think the market can collapse 95%, after it goes up 30% from here? Why do you think that? These are the kind of things. Forced selling. It won't last forever. There'll be bounce backs. There'll be a change in leadership, perhaps, almost definitely. She says, Savita says, it wouldn't take much to spark a liquidation cascade in the S&P. She asks, how liquid is the S&P index when everybody's selling? Well, thanks. Oh man, that's pretty intense. Anyway, I'm going to leave that alone. I keep checking the daily hate to see what's going on with Prince Andrew. Doesn't look like much. Let's see what Armstrong is saying. I'd love to go to his economic conference. I bet it's all sold out. That'd be fun to go to. The European Union is going to end all Russian gas imports by 2027. We should keep our own gas in North America. Let them burn Russian gas. But Europe, let's read that one. Europe preparing to confiscate private accounts for war. This is one reason to hold physical gold and physical silver and even cash in your freezer, little $5, $10, $20 bills. But I don't know if I still think even if we canceled paper currency, if you had paper currency, there'd be a shadow trading system. Anyway, the European Union is planning to cancel paper currency and move to central bank digital currency for the following reasons. One, they wish to eliminate the American credit card system of Visa and MasterCard. They claim for economic independence, when in truth, the European monetary system is collapsing. 2, they are seriously claiming national security, insisting that Putin wants to invade Europe. There's no indication of that, none. When there is nothing there of independent monetary value to justify such an invasion. That's interesting. They have no energy, gold, or rare earths. It is a Marxist utopia that is imploding just as communism did in Russia and in China. Who wants to step into that mess? It will collapse all by itself. The EU wants to claim the threat of a Russian invasion to justify their confiscation of private accounts to fund their war with Russia. 3, to prevent capital flight from the European Union, trapping all capital for their use. Get your money out of Europe. The ECB admits that it has also been investigating the issuance of a digital euro, a CBDC for the euro area. So then you'd have 2 types of currency which could come to the United States. We could have the American dollar and the international dollar. That's probably in your future. The only way to avoid the confiscation of wealth is to own silver and gold without telling anybody about it. Keep your mouth shut. So this would be a digital form of central bank money, accessible to households and business. Christine Lagarde threatened all tax havens if they did not turn over accounts of Europeans, that she would remove them from SWIFT. The women are all with the threats, and they destroy everything. She also threatened the Vatican. They probably disenfranchised her. What is that when you do it to a Catholic? Anyway, how she has been pushing for... All right, I don't want to read any more of that. It got very long quickly. I don't want to read more. Here's his conclusion. If you do not move your money out of Europe before 2026, you may find yourself trapped and even unable to buy gold. So act. If you have assets in Europe, get them out. They are going to go to war, and they're trying to suck us in. Anyway, all right, I changed the subject long enough that we can go back to Railtown. Railtown is down 2 cents, down 5%. No, it's down 4 cents. It's down 9% at 40 cents. The bid is now under 40, 39.4. And, you know, it's really, the volume is basically 9,000 shares since I came on. Yep, sure enough. There was a trade for 1,000 shares at 42 cents, and then somebody just simply had to be out of 8,737 shares on the bid. That is manipulation, but your financial system does not protect you from that. But it's short term. In the case of Railtown, it's short term. Yeah, you keep saying that. MTEN is down a penny at 5.05. GDC's down 2 cents at 4.52. Now I have Dolly Varden up here. It's down 39 cents at $4.30. That's a attractive price. G-Bucks is up 0.001 at 18.8. And then let's look at Railtown again. The bid is 39.4, 42,500 by 12,500. I did not add up the numbers you gave me over the weekend and yesterday. I guess I was being dilatory on that. So I will. I know I promised it, but I didn't. So I will redouble my efforts to get it done before tomorrow. I think we may be approaching 14 million, but I'm going to take a couple of people off, and I'm not adding that one guy who said he had a lot, but I think he's a short. I don't want to add that. So we may not be there, but we're over 13.5 million shares for sure. And I hope everybody holds on to it. I hope you buy more. This is just sitting, it's a golden goose ready to be plucked, I think. And the price isn't telling you anything. It's just telling you that nobody's buying. The selling is constant. And that's what it's telling you today. And remember, that's a short-term push by the shorts. This stock, to me, is worth $5 today. Let's just say I'm correct. Then why would anyone short it? Because their goal is to get it from 54 cents to 39 cents. And if they can tomorrow, they'll try to get it to 35 cents. It's just short term. And then they walk away. If they get caught in the snap up to $5, they walk away from their account. You end up paying for it in your fees and your commissions. And if a bank goes down, the taxpayer pays for it. These guys have the whole system designed to siphon off money. And it goes to probably between 20 and 50 white guys. No one cares. $39.4 to $41.2. Still 110,980 shares. There's no urgency in Canada, so get over it. They're not going to change. Canada is not an urgent place. It's just not that way. So Railtown, to me, you own it, you should be buying more. But Railtown's about Corey and the whole team proving up revenues, proving a path to revenues. And as soon as that revenue glide path is believable, my opinion, Microsoft buys the whole thing. And it happens quickly. So what's the risks of my projections? They take a year or 2 years. The revenues don't happen quickly. Those are the risks of my projections. But here's the thing. This is essentially software. They call it different things. It is highly competitive. You could go hire the graduating class of MIT and put them to work, and they could come up with an agent that maybe is better than Railtown's. It'd take a little while, but you could do it. So the point is, if you're Microsoft or NVIDIA or whomever buys them, you want to do it now and put the resources now to go claim the space, to go get those billions and billions of dollars of revenues onto your income statement rather than let it go to someone else's. It's an arms race. So as an acquirer, you want to do it as soon as possible. If you're Railtown, the seller, guess what? You want to do it as soon as possible too, because you're going to get swamped eventually by money, teams, and competition. It's eventually going to happen. So how do you prevent going obsolete, like Hewlett Packard once they put Carly Fiorina in charge, or GM once they put this chick in charge, or Yahoo once they put that chick in charge? They all basically lose their relevance. How do you not lose your relevance? You sign up with deep pockets. You let Microsoft buy you and bring their teams and their money, and you go get 25% of the addressable market instead of 2 or 3 or 5. So both, in my judgment, both parties are going to want to accelerate the movement to a buyout. So in my opinion, not only do I think the stock can be $55 on May 5th of next year, I think the stock could be bought out before May 5th or announced at higher than that price. Oh, you're crazy. You're full of crap. Well, the AI space is hot, and there's a lot of money flowing to it, and there is an arms race to buy these companies. So what Corey's job is not to talk to us, although I hope he does. His job isn't to make sure that the stock price is up right now. His job is to get the revenues essentially from zero, although I think there's probably already revenues, go from zero to 150 million or 200 million or 250 million on the projectable glide path. He doesn't have to book them past tense or current tense. He just has to sign up the contracts, and it's believable as annual recurring revenue that grows. Once that happens, Microsoft buys them out. Well, why do you keep saying Microsoft? The reason I keep saying Microsoft, in his videos, he says early on, maybe I'll show you the other video today at the end of the day. But he says in his videos that they called Microsoft right away. They're the first partner with Microsoft. And Corey sold one of his companies to Microsoft previously. So Microsoft is my favorite candidate. But it could be Constellation Software, who, as far as I know, owns a lot of software companies, but none of them, or few of them, are in AI. It could be Amazon that just had a worldwide shutdown. You know, it could be Lockheed Martin. Who knows? My favorite is Microsoft. And I think they'll sign a deal before the first quarter is out. Why? It's an arms race. All right, let me go through some of your comments, and then I did copy some things we can go over. Marty Party, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good. Steve came in at number 2, but he's number 1 on our books. Steve, hi, Uncle Bill. Amo Bill. Keefek, Amo Bill. We're down 4 cents in Railtown. It's trading at 40 cents. The volume is now 115,000. Yep, somebody just had to get out of 4,050 shares at 39 cents. Just had to be out. Fast Eddie, how are you? Aziz, Ahmed Aziz. Latest filing says AIP acquisition vote due by October 31st. Let's look up October 31st. Where is my calendar? I'll do it. I'll look it up on the phone. 10 days from now. So October 31st is Halloween, which is a Friday. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 full trading days, ignoring today, which is Diwali. It's Diwali in Hindu, I guess, today. So happy Diwali day. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 trading days, not including today, for that vote. So I hope Aziz, I hope that the vote comes in sooner and they can announce it sooner. Well, I guess that's what you're saying. So hopefully news before, at, or after that. Or as the attorneys say, on or around October 31st. That's good information. Thank you. Ward Richardson, good afternoon, William. The next wave of money will be made from the AI 2.0 revolution. You say you want a revolution. Well, you know. You say you want to change the Constitution. So the money will be made from the AI 2.0 revolution. AI companies that are building software. I agree. There's a new video. He's very promotional, but I didn't listen to it. But I think it came out under that headline anyway. There's a new video from James Altucher talking about AI 2.0. I think it's his term. And the wealth to be created by it. I'll listen to it so you don't have to. Ward Richardson, I'm pounding the table here. Buy. I agree. You should be buying everything you can of Railtown and not be frozen. Well, something's wrong. They're not doing what they said they're going to do. Where's the news? Where's the buying? I smell something wrong. Well, that's one approach. By the time you get comfortable, it'll be $1.50. The other approach is ignore your gut, ignore all of that scar tissue from all the other trades, and buy everything you can. It's a gift. It's a gift. The reason it's here, in my judgment, although I cannot be certain, is that the news 2 weeks ago was not complete. The news 2 weeks ago was not complete. They did not buy AIP yet. So maybe in the lawyer's world and in the abundance of caution world, many of those NDAs, many of those restrictions on buying, maybe a lot of that has been delayed until the deal is complete-o. I don't know. And maybe it could be that the revenue campaign, because I think it would be a campaign, going out after the revenue is just slow to gear up, like anything. You know, it's slow at first. Well, why haven't they been working on it all along? I really don't know. Maybe they're two guys in a phone. I don't know. But it could be they were so absorbed in the negotiating with AIP and regulators. Maybe business opportunities are booming. I don't know. But the process, now that that news came out 2 weeks ago, of getting revenue out might be slow at first, and it will accelerate. And then the other question is, where's the buying? Well, like I say, I think a lot of the buying has to be sold. The buyers don't buy until the company sells the idea to them. So I think it's going to be a campaign as well. Is it an instantaneous campaign? Probably not. Probably not. Will there be buying that comes in as revenue deals come out? I think only if the revenue deals actually mention revenue. Otherwise, we don't know what the hell. I read 5 of them to you yesterday, and you probably go, who's ever heard of them? You know? So, and then there'll be research. There may be a strategic financing that could be more important than anything else. Imagine if, I'm making up the name, but imagine if Mark Andreessen or somebody else like that came in and put $5 million in at $5 Canadian. That would start a fire. So I just think it's a big lumbering, I don't know what to call it. It's a big battleship that comes out of the harbor slowly at first. It's a big train that choo-choos at first before it gets up to speed. It's a big army that you have to break down the tents and feed them and pull out the knapsacks and all that and start walking, start hiking. It's just slow at first. But once it starts, I think the momentum will be strong and growing. And remember, from our standpoint, my opinion, this is like being in a private equity deal. The advantage of being public is that the criminals do what they do, and longs have to follow the rules. So the stock is down. The disadvantage is we have to go through it every single day. But ultimately, we're allowed to buy it. You would never get into a private deal. They wouldn't let you in. You wouldn't hear about it, particularly if you're not an accredited investor. It's, it's the yin and the yang. It's the crisis. It's the opportunity. It's the some people have a way with words and others not have a way, I guess. So someone just sold or crossed 5,000 at 40. It's annoying. All right, Slowtronic is on notice. Slowtronic is on notice. It was Slowtronic's stock that I did not record. I don't believe him. Slowtronic says, just to scare you, can't even hold 50 cents. Ridiculous. 40 cents. Ridiculous. Look, Slowtronic is a short. He's a day trader. Railtown is not a day trading stock. And I know we've been in it for 9 months or whatever. We've been waiting, delayed gratification, and we feel like we shouldn't wait any longer. Well, tough titties. We got to wait longer. All right, barely social gator. You've let him do it to you again, folks. This should be the last hoorah. Barely social gator. I don't know who you are. And I don't know who I did it to. But Slowtronic, answer this. Why is there endless selling and no buying if it's a great pick? All right, let's go through the selling. It's you. It's all fake. The system is corrupt. You're selling stock that doesn't exist. You break the law. That's where it's coming from. 60% of the float is held by insiders. They're not selling. Another 20 to 30%, from what I understand, is held by a core group of early investors associated in general with Canaccord. They're not selling. And you're coming after people on this list. I'm sure Bill Miko sold half already. It wouldn't take much Slowtronic to get him. You know, if you want to talk directly to him, there probably wouldn't take it very much to get him to sell the rest. But there's not a lot of real stock for sale. The endless selling comes from criminals like yourself. Eric B. Justin Babish bought more, tried to get 41, but had to raise my bid to 42. Yeah, that's interesting. Not one of those days that they will fill below the bid. That's exactly right, Justin. I think it's changed. I noticed that yesterday. Somebody said that they had to pay the ask. It's almost as if they don't want to sell more non-existent shares, which I take as a bullish sign. Good job, Justin. Up to 43,000. That's good. Eric B. Added some more at 58 cents Canadian. Bravo, Eric. Justin Babish, during the video presentation you played yesterday, Corey stated that people in the company were experienced in the capital markets. Yes, it's in their bios. Vote of confidence for me, just more time for me to add to your portfolio. Good job, Justin. Ward Richardson says, Aziz, will you please tell me your source? I'll show you part of it, Ward. You can go to SEDAR, SEDAR, and you type in, it's very clunky, Railtown AI Technologies, and it'll come up. It's 102 pages, or Aziz showed me how to do this. You can go to www.the Canadian Stock Exchange.com. Type in Railtown. It's much easier to use. So you scroll down and there's the news and the disclosures. You can hit, it'll be there too. All right, here comes Slowtronic, guys. I will read this and then I'm going to delete him at the bottom. But Slowtronic wants you scared so that he can cover his short position, or he's being paid by a short. Here's the idea. Today it's 120,000 shares. Thursday, the stock was, I don't know, 60 cents, whatever day, maybe 58 cents. So what they do, they don't care that the stock might be worth $5 or 10. That doesn't bug them. They just press it. The longs can't buy. The big longs aren't in there. We're frozen, both from fear and from the fact we don't have any more money. So they just keep the pressure on. Now he wants to add to your emotional distress as if he's looking out for you. He just wants to press his bet so he can book $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, $10,000, so he doesn't have to work as hard as you do. He has no skills except when his mouth is moving, he's lying. It's his only skill. So anyway, Slowtronic wants you to know that at the end of the day, the stock is still down. That's a revelation. Day after day, no revenue. Oh my God, we just can't stand another day. It's been day after day after day after day after day after day. We just can't take it. No revenue. How do you know that, Slowtronic? Do you talk to the company? How do you know there's no revenue? You're making it up. You're a liar. You don't know there's no revenue. They've announced 5 revenue deals. Impossible to get a hold of management. Why does management owe you a phone call, Slowtronic? You're a piece of shit short seller. Why should they talk to you? They don't owe you jack shit. The only thing you need to know about management, they own the exact same shares you pretend to own, but everybody else here does own. And the way they get rich is to make sure the company has revenues. That's the only thing you're entitled to know about the company. Management doesn't owe you an effing phone call. Rebecca, the IR face, is unreachable, which is unacceptable. To whom? To whom is it unacceptable? To you? Who the F for you? She doesn't have to call you back. She may not be able to call you back because maybe something's pending. Screw you, Slowtronic. Your arrogance, your narcissism, your self-importance. The company doesn't owe you anything. So have fun skimming money off shorting. Have fun, or getting paid on your kickbacks. Have fun with it. It's not going to last long. And when Railtown works out, a lot of these people might still trade down here. I'm not. Have fun doing whatever you're doing and be proud of it. A career only a mother could love. Oh, here, he's going to compare it to some bullshit stock that he didn't tell you about, but he's going to look with hindsight, he's going to point out, if you bought QNC at 30 cents at the same time, QNC's now 3.30. See? You should have listened to Slowtronic. And now if you go buy it, they'll push it down. Guys, if you want to chase moonbeams, listen to Slowtronic. He's full of shit, but if you want to listen to him, go listen to him. Don't you see what they do? They need to play on your emotions, which are already frayed. He gives a goofball, bald-headed picture. Anyway, I read you got your point across, Slowtronic. Mark RF6. Maybe in a few years this will be fine. Lame PR. Why do you say it's lame PR? Why do you say it's lame PR? I would agree with you. Their press releases should not have MOU in the title, but they don't know that. That's the corrupt system. That's what you guys use to short with your computers. They don't know it. How do you know it was lame? Maybe what was going on behind the scenes, I mean, it's pretty obvious to me there was a negotiation going back and forth. They created this clawback number of shares, which, it's a puny threshold. So it's kind of irrelevant, but maybe it's a save face mechanism to say they negotiated. Yeah. And, maybe I wouldn't say that's lame. I wouldn't say that's lame. They put amalgamated in the title, which I made fun of. Well, in Canada and in the British Empire, things are amalgamated. So get used to a difference in culture, Mark RF6. Are you adaptable to different cultures? Probably not. The deal was not done. No, it wasn't. But I don't see any hurdle to getting it done. But perhaps, Mark, they announced it, which is a good step. But perhaps until the deal's done, some of the buying won't come in. Well, that's life. That's not lame. That's life. And so you're putting an artificial time limit, 2 weeks. You're saying, oh, it's lame, 2 weeks. Maybe it'll be good in a few years. Bullshit, Mark. You haven't studied this. You haven't studied it. You don't know anything you're talking about. You're just trying to cause fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And as far as I'm concerned, you're scum. Just signing papers saying they were getting it done. Still not. 1 million, first million, second million, lame. Nothing from the bank. Thank you for your opinion, asshole. Donna, good morning, William and everyone. All right, I love it. Donna M. Bought 473 more. That's great. Kim, Julie Kim. Donna, congratulations. Donna, thanks, Julie. Mark, here comes some more crap from Mark. At this rate, you got to look where this could go. Touch the support yesterday's low of 38.29. If that breaks, look at 29.86, low on 6.5. You got to look at it, Mark. Man, I would guess you got to sell here to bail you out, because if you don't sell here, it's going to go to 29.86. Mark RF6. Screw you, Mark. Ward Richardson, Donna M, is your goal complete now? Donna M. Not yet, Ward. I moved money today and my goal will be complete tomorrow. Yay, 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 yay. Ward Richardson. That is really sweet, Donna. Ward, William, is that a Tiffany lamp on your table behind you? That's a lot of RT shares. That's a good point. I don't know if it's Tiffany. I would doubt it, but it could be. I don't think it is, but yeah, I could start selling things. Who would buy them? All right, MM wants to point out that it's down 9%. MM, you're on my list now too, darn it. I thought you were reeled. Should have paid the attorneys in stock, not cash. Attorneys don't take stock. D. Gordon, I just gave a squirrel a nut for good luck. I think we will go to the moons when, I'm not going to read any more of it. If you can't use proper English, it's not worth reading. Ward Richardson. Okay, thanks, William, for the info on October 31. Dirty Randy. William, F-U-C-K Slowtronic. Ignore these clowns. This is an absolute gift down here. Timing has been horrible, yes, but I believe by year end, we will be talking a much different tune. I agree with Dirty Randy. I still, yeah, I guess it'll slip into January a little bit, but I think we could see $5, $6, $7 a share. And I think that's lower than what I said before by year end. And I think in January, you can see $12, $15, $20 a share, but it could all happen more quickly. I agree with Dirty Randy. This is a gift. Look, you can say the deal, as I have said, the deal's not finished. It's not complete. But the hurdles are very low. One of them is no objection from a shareholder with 5% or more of the company. Well, that's one of the founders. The founders are for the deal. So that's going to get crossed off. I forget the other ones they had there. We can look it up. I took a picture of it. There were 5 or 6. You know, it's a number of shareholders have to vote. Well, they'll get that done. I should be able to, my memory, that's terrible that I don't remember the others. Yeah, I just don't remember them. We'll try to go over it before the call is over with. But the point is, 2 Wednesdays ago, they announced the terms of the deal. So we know the percentage shares, we know the deal. I would agree the clawback is minimal, but I told you that when I read it to you. Just count on the full 50 million shares being issued. I just think that was a save face mechanism in the middle of a negotiation. My guess is Railtown wanted to pay 17.5%. AIP wanted, I don't know, some much higher number, and they settled at 22.5%. Okay, fine, move along. But this is when you were buying before, you didn't know what the deal was going to be. You didn't know the deal was going to be finished. And yes, technically it's not complete. But what's the hurdle to completion? I don't see any. Just paperwork, just procedure. My only point that it's not completed is that perhaps some of the buying that would have come in, maybe, wasn't able to because of their own mandates. Who knows? And maybe management time has been, I can't imagine it still is, has been taking up making sure that vote gets completed. I don't know. None of us know. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I would imagine they're very busy. Very busy. And as Corey returns phone calls, initiates phone calls, MR1 and Dr. Tom Core and the rest, I think you're going to start seeing purchase in the open market. So I agree with Dirty Randy 100%. This is a screaming buy. The only thing we're waiting for now is revenue. How long does it take? I don't know. Is it coming? It most assuredly is. And it's a gigantic market. And they're the first to play on the playground. They're going to get the best swing. Brandon Neely, still holding all my shares. I did ask a few weeks ago if the release came out and stated LOI or MOU, would it trigger? Yeah, you did. I remember that. And you were right. I was wrong. Brandon, trying to remember what I said. I probably reacted sharply. I can't remember what I said. But you were right. It wouldn't happen. Well, it didn't. Technically, it didn't happen on the deal itself, the acquisition of AIP, but they added the MOU regarding digital, which I had no idea about. And yeah, you turned out to be right. I was wrong. I do think that digital, the DIGITAL, all capitalized, might have also been a requirement. I'm reading the tea leaves. It may have been a requirement by Railtown to pay the 22.5% approximately, because they may have wanted assurances that the team at AIP could pull it off, and maybe digital's key to getting some of the acquisitions done. I don't know, but it was a prerequisite apparently that Railtown required, and it did cause an MOU. You were right, Brandon. I apologize. I should have trusted your instinct and not my own BS. So you were right, Brandon. I think we're still in a silence period. Yeah, I'm not allowed to call it what I usually call it, but I think we're in a silence period, and there's more news that will tie all these announcements together for one big bang. That's very possible, Brandon. That's very possible. And I just told you shouldn't use very, but you shouldn't use very in writing, in verbal. Anyway, yeah, you could be right. I think it's a strong possibility. I really do, what you say. I also think maybe it's not the totality of the lockdown period or whatever we want to call it. Can't call it what I usually do. But maybe there's some aspects of it that still apply. One thing, if you do have family offices, for example, that nibble down in low price stocks, they may have a rule. Look, if you're buying a stock pending an acquisition, make sure the acquisition is complete before you buy. There could be. So that's the only thing. I don't think it's bad obviously we would like it that 2 weeks ago they're able to say the deal is done. But I think it's procedure up in Canada. My understanding, I haven't heard it from anybody that really knows, but I think up in Canada with a private company, it has to be announced, the terms have to be made public, then you go get the vote. That's just how it's done. You couldn't get the vote beforehand. Yeah, I don't know why. Now we're at 131,000 shares. The last 4 trades are at 41 cents. The bid is 39.4. The ask is 41.8. So the last, going backwards, the most recent trade was 1,000 shares at 41 cents. Then it was 3,500 at 41 cents, 3,500 at 41 cents, and 5,500 at 41 cents. And then the last trade I show is 5,000 at 40 cents, 0.401. I think that was a sale. The others, I think, were buys. Obviously, there's a buy and a sell on every trade, but the motivating force, I think, on the others were buys, and on that one, maybe it was a sell. So the last price is 41 cents. We're down 3 cents. And I agree with Dirty Randy. This is a huge opportunity to buy the stock. You know everything. Your gut is scared. You're worried because the stock's down. You're kind of listening to these boo birds, and you're saying, where is the buying? Where is the news? Why? Well, it's possible. It's just life. It's possible that there's paperwork that has to be filled out. There's bureaucracies. You have to get it by somebody in the regulatory department, and she won't sign off yet. There might be that there's attorneys, there's signatures that are required. It might be that there's votes and negotiations back and forth. There might be, unfortunately, the shorts might work. There might be some negotiations that involve shares, and the CEO on the other side is saying, I don't want to do it on the terms I agreed when the stock was 60 cents. Now it's 41 cents. Maybe they have to go back and forth on that. But that's just the ugliness, the rough and tumble of today's stock markets. But they're going to get revenue in. It's not like they're starting at zero. They've been out at conference after conference after conference, and their product is so good that John Ruffalo and Mike Norbrega, with decades of experience in the technology space and the investment space and the original founding money of Constellation Software, CSU on the Canadian, they said, why don't you buy us? The revenue will come. And the shorts won't stop. As long as the stock isn't going up, they're going to short it. They're going to try to shake your tree. Don't let them get your peaches. $39.4 to $41.8. All right, here comes Mark bragging about what he knows. I know a lot more than you will ever know with my contacts. Well, good for you. The fact you got to swear tells me you're losing your ass. No, I'm not losing my ass, Mark. You're not as smart as you think. My average price is essentially 35 cents. It's like 34 something. So I'm not losing. And the reason I swear is I hate you. I hate you. I hate what you tried to do. I hate that you try to steal money from people that are having a tough enough time hanging on to their position. I think you're a liar. I think you're a thief. And I think you're the lowest scum, not only in the stock market, on the face of the planet. That's why I swear. And I'm glad you have contacts. You sold half, no surprise, on the PR. You're hot money. You're hot money. That was a good trade. That's a good trade. Congratulations, Mark. You don't get enough praise at home? Your mama doesn't tell you how good you are? You need praise here? Great trade, Mark. But you're different than everyone else here. You're using somebody else's capital, you're levering it up, and you just sell across dozens, hundreds of stocks. So good on you, Mark. Oh, God, Mark. And you're missing the main point. What, that you're an asshole? I'm not missing that. The bank and what they're going to do. What bank? Mark, what bank are you talking about? Are you stoned? There's no bank. What the F bank are you talking about? Canaccord Genuity? Not as smart as you think you are. Unless they get a big number, this will be in limbo for another year to get revenue. You're making that up. That's why I swear. You are a liar. And it pisses me off. That's why I swear. All right, Pat M. Bought 3,000 more, 140. Wow, Pat. That is great. I'm yellows. So you're at 140,000. That's awesome, Pat. Bravo. Bravo, bravo. Maybe I can sell some stuff on eBay to get more. Great idea. So it is a good idea. That's Ward thinking. Ward is thinking. Ward is seeing opportunity. 40 cents to 41.9. 12.5 by 12.5. Brandon Neely, I think we should call it a restricted period. Technically, that's what it is. That's a good name. There are restrictions involved. All right, I'm going to go through Mark, and then he's gone. Mark, bid 20K at 39.4, ask 25K at 40. Well, that's not true anymore, Mark. The bid is 12.5 at 40 cents. And the ask, which is fake, is 12.5 at 41.9. So you're full of shit. And by the way, Mark, the over-the-counter doesn't matter. You got to go, of course, with your contacts and your brains. You probably already know this, but you got to go to the CSE. Oh gosh, I have a fat finger. The CSE. There we go. And you put in rail. And you go for the quote. There it is. And it's on the Canadian exchange, Mark. That's where it matters. And then you go, it's now down 6% at 57. And you go, you scroll, well, unfortunately on my phone, they might not. Let me see if they do it. I might have to hit a button. Right now, the buyer, 500 shares, the buyer is the Gardens Securities, which isn't really, they're probably part of your crime scene. The seller is CIBC World Market. CIBC seems to be on both sides, so it might be a computer program. I don't know why we need it in small price stocks. But anyway, if you go to the lower level, CIBC is buying and the seller is anonymous. So the shorts are in there playing. If you're using a desktop, you can see a whole list of who the buyers are. And there's a lot of buying out there. Mark, you're just way out trying to scare people. The over-the-counter is not the place to find out where true buying is. Canada is. Now, having said that, we can go to the stock chart and we can look it up. And there's no question in any stock at any time, anything can happen. And at any day or hour, a stock can be down. And yes, things are computerized. So where are you coming up with this 29 cents? The stock is bouncing off the 200-day moving average. That's what it's doing twice. And it shows no indication that it wants to break the 200-day moving average. And if you look horizontally, I'll show it next time. There's no way to take a picture and show you right now, but there's a lot of support right around here, and it goes for weeks. So there's a lot of support in here on the horizontal of this chart. To get down to your, what's your target? 29? To get down there, you got to go through a lot of support. I mean, it could happen. Anything can happen, but it's not evident in the trading so far. Yeah, your selling from July onward makes the stock look like shite. And then there's a rally on the rumor. The news was not satisfying completely. And there's a sell-off. Congratulations to you, Mark. I hope your mother is proud of you. I really do. I mean, she should be praising you, as we all do. You're an amazing trader. You sold half, genius. But you're a day trader. That's what you do. Most of these people are not traders. And I personally think it's just luck that the stock over the last 2 weeks hasn't snapped up. I just think it's luck. But good for you. You're a genius. Now you say it could, it puts 38 in play, 38.29. You're obviously a day trader. I mean, you're obviously better at this than I don't see any 38. I don't see that number. But you must be using a really sophisticated trading service. And I don't see the 29. I think very simplistically, which I'm admitting, I'm not a day trader. You're at support right now. You're at support. And it's all not going to matter if the company is able to bring out revenue. And Mark, more than that, this company is going to be bought out by Microsoft, according to me. Could be Constellation Software. It could be NVIDIA. It could be Tusk, Elon Musk. It's not going to matter that for 2 days, the stock traded down to 40 cents when it's bought out at $75. So you can get people scared. You obviously haven't covered your short position yet, but you're just spreading fear, uncertainty, doubt. Of course, on day trading, anything can happen, but we're not day traders here. You have a different goal. You need to lie, steal, and cheat and do it today. People here are accumulating a great story that by my call is going to be $55 on May 5th. Open question whether that's Canadian or US. But pick a number. Other people can pick a different number. All of this will just be a memory. But for you, it's a trade. And I think you've made your mama proud. Mark, again, you hate the truth. All I said, you really need to chill. You're not saying the truth. You haven't said a single thing that's true. You have said on day trading where you see support, and that I can't verify that because I don't have your charting system. And you could be right. I don't see the stock going. Let me just look to see if there's diagonal support. I mean, roughly, I also think the stock is on a diagonal support, but I'd have to print it out and draw the line. But I think the stock is clearly on support. I don't think it's going to break down. But like I say, anything can happen in the short run. But good luck to you, Mark. You're a real breath of fresh air. Dirty Randy. Mark, RF6 has more contacts than everyone. Okay, Piker. Hey, account settings, Jim. No, not Jim. The other guy's Jim. Account settings, how are you? How are you? Did you confirm the October 31st date is the last day of voting for the amalgamation? I did some checking and I didn't see any such date on the filing. Sorry. Well, Aziz put it out, and his information is almost always, I've never known his, and I can't think of a single time except when he put a liver in where a kidney should have been. I've never known him to be incorrect in his information. So I'll have to try to find it. And I do have some media I can show you where to look. You may have already done that. But the key thing is account settings. Even if the deadline is the 31st, let me make it up. Let's say they have 100 shareholders and they need 66.666%, the 67 of them to vote in favor. And if the deadline's the 31st, if they get to 67 votes in the affirmative prior to the 31st, I didn't see anything in what Aziz put up that said that they couldn't announce it sooner. It's not like they have a shareholders meeting. It's a cumulative effective voting during that time. So I think we may not have to wait very much longer to see that deal is done. But the key, if you looked it up, account settings, the document that describes the amalgamation is 102 pages long. The signature page is 4 pages long. And if I were running, well, either company, I would have, let's say there's 100 shareholders. I'd ask Rebecca, could you get me the phone number for all 100 people? And I'd start Thursday morning, the announcement was on a Wednesday. I'd start that next Thursday morning and I'd call every single one of them. Every single one. I give them my private number. I take the phone calls over the weekend, the Thanksgiving holiday. Make sure that the votes happen. Well, I got a FedEx it. We'll pay for it. We'll pay for it. Why don't you just call Rebecca? She'll email you prepaid, UPS or FedEx sticker. That's what I would have done. And my guess is that's what they did. There's nothing special about me. I'm just saying, if you want to get it done, you gotta do the work. And I bet that's what they did. They called everybody. So I bet the vote has already been achieved. But that's a guess. In fairness, that's a guess. I don't know that for sure. Joseph Yusuf Barnes, Picked up another 500. Good for you, Yusuf. Thanks for letting us know. Thank you very much, Yusuf. That's awesome. That's how to take advantage of this sell-off. Okay, here comes Mark again. What banks? If you don't know that, you really are not smart or know what you're talking about. I have absolutely there are no banks in there. Canaccord Genuity is their exclusive bank, but I don't know why you're bringing up banks. Just, it's a red herring. You'd have to say more to make it make sense. The banks aren't going to do anything. The company has enough money for now. I think there's no question that they will do a strategic fundraise, not just for money, but to align themselves with somebody's money that brings more than money, like recognition, a Rolodex, opens up a bunch of institutional buyers. I think you're going to see that. And I also think that one thing you guys are trying to do is keep the stock price down so that when they roll up the AIP companies, which have 400 million in revenue, and I've shown you that revenue exists. I haven't gone through every single company, but I went through 20 of them and I showed you a number. I don't have it. Oh, here it is. I printed it, I typed it and I showed it there, but I also did it in pencil. Did you hear the one about the mathematician who had constipation? It was so bad he had to work it out with a pencil. It's so funny, isn't it? So funny. All right, I can't find it, but yeah, here it is. Just to show that I went through it, every name on the first section of AIP, every company. This one didn't make much sense, but this one had, I can't read it. Does that say 14 million? And this one had 77 million. You can look them up. They have revenue. It came up to a total of 160 million, just those few companies. So AIP's network has revenue. And when they roll up the revenue, Mark, I know you're a genius and you have contacts and all that. When you make those deals, oftentimes, let's say you buy what's this big one, 77 million. It's called ECS Financial. Now, the only thing I don't know from those revenues, does ECS's financials revenue of 77 million, does it deserve a high multiple or a low multiple? You don't know that because we don't know the growth rate, we don't know the margins. But you do know revenue is there. But what they might do, they're negotiating to buy it. Obviously, they have, and this is where you're perhaps trying to help shorts, is they may try to get the price down of Railtown so that when they go negotiate the deal, just to use extreme examples, they have to issue 10 million shares instead of 1 million shares. I just making that up. Just that's the kind of spread that you guys can cause, so that the 77 million in revenue on 1 million shares is worth $7 a share in revenue, but on 10 million is worth 70 cents, 77 cents. That's the kind of games you guys play. I don't think it's going to work here though, because Railtown has their own revenues. And that's what, if I were the CEO, I'm not, but I'm not a genius. They're working on getting revenues in, so Railtown stock is up, which will suffocate your paymasters. But let's say the stock, instead of being 42 cents, let me get an exact price, 41.43. Let's say Railtown is $6, $5 Canadian, and they do the deal. It won't be that many shares that they have to issue, and that'll disappoint you. And I think Railtown's first job is to get its stock price up, then do these roll-ups. But they haven't even acquired AIP yet. So we're trying to force something that isn't quite ready. We're opening the oven just as the bread rose, and it's going to collapse. It won't collapse, but the point is, some things you have to let bake. So there was another point I wanted to make about the price. But anyway, yeah, I don't know what banks you're talking about. I really don't. So I guess I'm not as smart as I think I am. Mark RF6. Yeah, the bid moved up. Lots of laughs. You need to chill. Things move. I'm just posting facts. You can't. That's what you guys always say. You guys always say, I'm just putting up facts. It's the same crap over and over again. You're here to say facts that I'm not? I'm lying? I'm emotional? Yeah, I get emotional when you try to steal. If I were standing here with Dirty Randy next to me, I'd punch you in the face. But if Dirty Randy weren't there, I'd probably, just get upset with you. The bid is now 42. The ask is 42.6. The volume's 149,000. No, I don't know where the volume came from because it didn't change down below. So I don't know. It's 246. So Mark is pointing out that that's the low on 6.5. Mark, you're a day trader. You're a short. The people here have put their money in a fundamental story. So you can go try to make things happen here like you do in every stock. But that's not what we're interested in. I'm not a day trader. I don't want to be. I don't want to waste my life like I feel I'm doing every time I talk to you. But thank you for pointing out the low. That's a fact, isn't it? I'll tell you another fact, Mark, that you can't handle. In the AI 2.0 space, there's an arms race going on. And you know what they're paying for revenue? The highest multiple paid was 205x. 205x on revenue. SoundHound, Mark, trades at 35x, or it did last week, 35x on revenue where they make no money. And you know what their revenue is, Mark? Something like, to my memory, 148 million. And it's projected to be around 175 million. Railtown could achieve that forward-looking number just from the conductor, not AIP, by January. And then you'd have a $7.5 billion company. And that's a fact, Jack. And that's, I think, $25 a share. You can do the arithmetic, check if I'm right. But that's not your goal. You won't be around. Your goal, you need it down now to cover your trade. So thanks for lying here. Mark RF7, it's now on that horizontal line. Yes, it's on support. I think that's what I said. Look at all the green candles, no support. By the way, I don't short. Bullshit. Mark RF6, that would be great if they did. I'd love it. Whatever. Again, I've never short, only in your mind. Who cares what you do? You come to spread fear, uncertainty, or doubt. And maybe you don't personally short. Maybe it's the person giving you $7.50 every time I say your name. Maybe you buy and sell. Maybe, like a lot of funds, you sell, then buy. Who the hell knows? I don't want to get into semantics with you. You are a short seller. You are a fart smeller. Lots of laugh, lie and cheat. Dude, you need to chill. No, I'm calling you out for what you are. I think you work with the shorts. And if you work with the shorts, you lie and cheat. It's a game. Mark RF6, it's a game. Buy low, sell how? And not day trading. Look at yesterday's low. What do you see? I look at your name and I see an asshole. Guy, dude, you want to day trade? Go on a day trader's board. We're not day traders. And it's not a game here. It's deadly serious. I'm trying to help people make back the money they lost because of assholes like you. And I'd like to see him make a profit. Ward Richardson. I hear a toad gong coming for Mark RF6. Pat, lots of laugh. Ward. I'll mark RF6. I'll be back when this settle out at where the low is. Good luck to all. Good luck to all. And yeah, I'm damn good at the text and with the help from my contact. Bye, Tauntaun. Later. Well, I'm all worked up about your contacts. He's now banned. I did block him. Donna, I thought you were blocking Mark. I did. I did block him. He was new. I'd never seen his name before. And what I try to do, I don't know if I should do it that way. I try to answer all their comments and then block them. That way, I guess I'm not avoiding their comments. Ward M. All right. Pat, okay. Pat, Ward says, congratulations on buying more shares today. All right, there was one other guy up here that I'm going to let MM ride for now. Here he is. We'll see him on down the highway. So, Eric B. with Friday and today dip buying, I'm now over 140. Wow, Eric. I'm jealous of that too. A lot of you guys are going to be rich, I think. $140. Good for you. I'll see you at $55 with a cocktail. Even if it's in 5 years, I'm okay with that. I don't think it's going to take 5 years because it's technology. It's highly competitive. It's software, and it's AI. And if you wait 5 years, that might be an eternity. So I don't think you're going to have to wait that long. But I think it's good to put it in the perspective that it's a longer term hold. I'm being very aggressive saying it could happen quickly. And that might be putting undue pressure on the story. But I've never been in AI 2.0 before, so it's new ground. But once things start accelerating, you don't control who comes and bids on your company. And I don't know. I don't know if Railtown would sell at $25. I don't think so. Would they sell at $75? Personally, I don't think so. But depends on the deal. Maybe it's $75 with a kicker on it, that if, over a period of time, the revenue does such and such, we give a bonus, or maybe there's a trail. I don't know. But I do think if somebody came with an offer at 125 or more in January, I think they'd probably sell. But I don't know. I've never talked to the CEO. I think the company's worth $175 to maybe $300 in a buyout if the revenues go to 250, 300, and the multiples stay high, and the growth trajectory takes it into billions of dollars in revenue. They'll pay up. But there's a lot of moving parts in that. Let me see if I can get the media I wanted to show you. Okay, they're going to say 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They're going to say it's too much. Maybe not. All right, could put them all here. I read a bit. Eric says, darn it. I read a bit about AIP, and they don't own. That's right, they don't. So we can't simply add the revenues from affiliates to add. That's exactly right now. And that's why they only got, according to the announced deal, they only got, I think, 17.5% of the company, 40 million shares initially. There's another 10 million shares that brings it up to around 22.5% of the company if they hit hurdles. But the hurdles are so tiny that it's almost meaningless. And I said that the first time I read it. Just count on it being 50 million shares, and was it 22.7%? Something like that. But that's why that percentage, to me, seems high, frankly, because the company itself, I think it does $1.5 million in revenue in fees, which is low multiple. So I think on the one hand, one could argue that Railtown overpaid for AIP, but there's this intangible that you pay up for, and it's a big pay up, but there's an intangible. Can Mike Norbrega, Dr. Tom Core negotiate good deals to roll up those companies? And in fact, we don't know. Maybe to join the network, there's a ROFR, there's a first right of refusal that now it'll be Railtown. Railtown can buy the company before anybody else, and that's worth a premium. We just don't know the full terms. We'll see them, I think, because they'll probably have to be disclosed. But ultimately, you have to make the guys at AIP excited to work and do the roll-ups. So I think it's a fair deal. But on the face of it, you're exactly right. AIP, I doubt, as we stand, is worth very much. I don't know if Canaccord got involved and gave some sort of valuation, but it looks to me from the weird structure that both sides agreed on 17.5%. It was the extra that they were reluctant about. But I think 22.5 or whatever it is, fine. It's fine. But the reason to be, and that's why the shorts will keep selling, if Railtown doesn't develop revenue on its own and get the stock price up. The thing to be worried about is if you roll up that, like that company for 77 million in revenue, if the stock is $7, again, I don't know the multiple, but let's say you issue 7 million shares to buy the company at $7. That might be too many. I'm making it up. But at 42 cents, you might have to issue 20 million shares or more. And that's how the shorts normally make everything work in their favor. I don't think that's going to happen here. I think Railtown is going to be able to book revenue. Let us know about it. It doesn't really matter what we know or understand. What matters is what Corey's saying to the investors who originally funded, for example, Constellation Software, what he's saying to Omer's, what he's saying to John Ruffalo's investors at his initial Mavericks fund, and he just started Mavericks 2, $500 million. What's going to matter is what Canadian investors see. Account settings. I was looking at Cedars Plus. Maybe I wasn't looking at the right document. I don't know. That's where I look too. And we'll go through it. We'll see if we can find that deadline. I didn't see it this morning, but I didn't read every 102 pages. Pat M, I just want it to go above $1 so I can buy in my Roth. Now there, Pat, that's the kind of acceleration to the upside that's counterintuitive. It's counterintuitive. There's a lot of people that cannot buy the stock at 42 cents, and you go, why not? If it's such a great story, why don't they buy it here? Well, there's a lot of restrictions. For example, in your Roth, you're not allowed to buy stock under $1. So oddly, if the stock doubles, just assuming there's more than just you in that situation, buying comes in above $1. And your brain is saying, why didn't they buy it now? If the story's so great, where are they? Well, you're not allowed to. And you're not the only one. There's restrictions. There's restrictions everywhere. I looked it up at E-Trade at Morgan Stanley. And I think, if I read it right, this stock will not be marginable at Morgan Stanley. I don't know, depends on, I guess, on the quality of account you have. I have a puny account, but it's not marginable until $5. Now, I don't think people should use margin to buy more stock or do it very sparingly, like with maybe 5% or 10%. I wouldn't go overboard because the criminals, when they know all this. If the stock goes $5, $6 and you immediately buy on margin, they'll crash it down, I don't know, to 375 to try to make you regurgitate all that stock. So I wouldn't get greedy, particularly at close, because what'll happen if the stock becomes marginable, let's say at Morgan Stanley at $5, goes to 550, your initial requirement is 50%. So you can borrow 50% of the, well, there are house rules that change from place to place, but in essence, broadly, you can borrow half to buy stock, as long as you have 50% equity or better. But if they pop it below $5 and they get it down to $4, you're going to immediately, your cash call is to bring it back to 100%. And if you don't have the money, the firm will sell you out. And that's how the shorts work. And they get all offended. They're saying facts, and I'm calling them a liar and a cheater. Well, that's what they are. Of course, they're so entitled. They are so entitled to this institutionalized theft. And then the guy has the audacity to say it's just a game. You guys should be upset. I shouldn't be the only one swearing. But hey. Shouldn't be the only one talking either. Eric B. I see the documents on Setter, but I don't see October 31st anywhere. Eric B. Okay, got it. It's in the amalgamation agreement. Yeah, I'm going to show that. Outside date means October 31, provided that in the event the purchaser requests the company hold the meeting in accordance with Section 2.7, the outside date will be the date that is 10 business days following the date of the company meeting, or such later date as may be agreed to in writing by the parties. Yeah, good for you, Eric. The most important thing in a contract, make sure you're all talking about the same definition. All right, let's go to what I was going to show you, which is here, the amalgamation agreement. And up here, you see the execution version up here. This is what they're sending to all the shareholders for a vote. Railtown Technologies and 1736640 Canada Inc. I guess they do a lot of deals. And AI Partnerships Corp. I'm having a hard time remembering the name. I want to say Deltona, but that's not it. Anyway, all right, so let me just, and then I didn't copy, it's 102 pages. These are all the documents in the agreement, and I just want to show you that this is a lot of attorney work. It's a lot of terms. So, it took a while. Now, every shareholder's receiving this, and they're going, what the heck? They're reading it. The agreement to the amalgamate. What the hell is amalgamate? Effect of amalgamation. Exchange of securities pursuant to amalgamation. All of this, they're all reading and go, what the heck? So this is why I would call each shareholder. go through it with her. Certificates and delivery, no fractional shares is all written in here. Mutual conditions. I didn't print the whole thing out. I just printed the table of contents. Counterparties, all this stuff. Holdback procedure up here. It's complicated. And then here's the agreement as of October 6th between Railtown and Deltona, whatever, what was it? I can't remember the name of the company. 17617, anyway, they set up an LLC or a subco, as they call it. And AI partnerships. Here's Article 1. This is over here, defined terms. You got to read that in every contract. You know that. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. And then this is the voting support agreement. This is what every shareholder over here, dear sirs, madams, re-voting and support agreement. Railtown, AI partnerships, and I guess Deltona is not a part of this. Well, there it is right there. 1736640 Canada Inc. Anyway, shareholder, whoever it is, maybe right over here, you fill in your name. Julie Kim understands that Railtown AI Technologies, the purchaser, and AI partnerships wish to enter into an amalgamation agreement dated as of the date hereof, contemplating the amalgamation of the company and 1736640 Canada Inc. under Section 181 of the Canada Business Corporations Act, pursuant to which, among other things, holders of common shares of the company would receive common shares of the purchaser following completion of the amalgamation as more fully described in the amalgamation agreement. Shareholders and the purchaser understand and agree that the company is party to this letter agreement solely for the purpose of and shall only be bound by and entitled to the benefits of Section 4 and 5 hereof. This is all attorney work. This is attorney work. 1, all capitalized terms used but not otherwise defined herein shall have the respective meaning ascribed to them in the amalgamation agreement. Definitions. Shareholder hereby agrees from the date hereof until the date of the amalgamation agreement is terminated in accordance with the terms A, to consent to execute the amalgamation resolution in favor of the amalgamation with respect to whatever it says. To consent to execute the amalgamation resolution in favor of the amalgamation with respect to the company shares over which it executes voting control, otherwise known as holder securities. If the company meeting is convened pursuant to Section 2.7 of the amalgamation agreement. They agreed to do, to vote or cause to be voted the holder securities and any company shares for which it has received proxy voting materials, if any, in favor of the amalgamation and any other matter necessary for the completion of the amalgamation, including in favor of all matters recommended by management that could reasonably be required in furtherance of the actions contemplated pursuant to the amalgamation and the amalgamation agreement at the company meeting. And I, no later than 3 business days prior to the proxy cutoff date for the company meeting, to deliver or cause to be delivered to the company duly executed proxies voting in favor of the amalgamation, such proxy not to be revoked or withdrawn without prior written consent of the purchaser. So once you mail it in, it's binding. C, there seems to be something missing. C, except as contemplated by the amalgamation agreement, not to directly or indirectly sell, assign, transfer. So they're agreeing to do this as well. Not to sell, sign, or transfer or grant, alienate, grant a security interest in, encumber, tender to any offer, transfer any economic interest, directly or indirectly, unless you die, or otherwise convey any right, title, or interest in and to the holder's securities in each case without the purchaser's, without the company, the buyer's prior written consent. So it's binding. D, you agree not to exercise any rights of dissent in connection with the amalgamation. And E, except as required pursuant to this letter agreement, man, the lawyers get in there, including to give effect to clause A and B above, not to grant or agree to grant any proxy or other right to vote the holder's securities or enter into any voting trust or pooling arrangement in respect of the holder's securities, or enter into or subject any holder's securities to any other agreement, arrangement, understanding, commitment, formal or informal, with respect, and blah, blah, blah. All right. If the shareholder acquires any additional company shares over which it exercises voting control following the date hereof, but prior to the signing of the amalgamation resolution or the company meeting as applicable, shareholder agrees that such additional company shares shall be deemed to be holder securities for purposes of this letter agreement. So the attorneys really locked up the shares. It's really a tight agreement that the shareholder is entering into. 3, until termination of this letter agreement in accordance with Section 8, the purchaser will use commercially reasonable efforts to take all steps required of it under the amalgamation agreement to cause the amalgamation to occur in accordance with the terms of and subject to the conditions set forth in the amalgamation agreement. 4, shareholder hereby represents and warrants: A, this letter agreement has been duly executed and delivered and is valid and binding. It's enforceable against the shareholder in accordance with its terms, and the performance by the shareholder of its obligations hereunder will not constitute a violation or breach of, or default under, or conflict with any contract, commitment, agreement, understanding, or arrangement of any kind to which the shareholder will be a party and by which shareholder will be bound at the time of such performance and. See, the attorneys did their work. Just so annoying. B, shareholder has been afforded the opportunity to obtain independent legal advice and confirms by, see, that adds time, by the way. If shareholders go to their own attorney, that adds time. And confirms by execution of this letter agreement that it has either done so or waived its right to do so in connection with the entering into this letter agreement, and that any failure on the shareholder's part to seek independent legal advice shall not affect, and shareholder shall not assert that it affects the validity, enforceability, or effect of this letter agreement or the amalgamation agreement. This takes time right here. And this kind of attorney work makes this acquisition ironclad, which is going to matter to you later on when the company is bought out. Of course, that's according to me. 5, shareholder irrevocably and unconditionally consents to the details of this letter agreement being set out in the news release of the purchaser and the company with respect to the amalgamation and in the company circular, if any, and a form of this letter agreement being made publicly available, including a filing on SEDAR, if available. 6, this letter agreement shall terminate and be of no further force and effect upon the earlier of A, the effective date. We have to look up that definition, but I think Brandon already did it. B, the termination of the amalgamation agreement in accordance with its terms. C, the amendment of the amalgamation agreement to change the amount or form of consideration other than to increase the total consideration per company share or add additional consideration. So in other words, they can increase the price and this stays in effect, or in other manner adverse to shareholders. See, it takes time. That's the reason I'm reading this to you. It takes time. I forget and D, the mutual agreement in writing of shareholder and purchaser. So I guess they can change it if it's in writing. But as long as the purchaser doesn't agree, this is binding. 7, notwithstanding anything to the contrary herein, nothing herein shall restrict or limit any director or officer of the company from taking any action required to be taken in the discharge of such director or officer's fiduciary duty as a director or officer of the company, that it is otherwise permitted by and done in compliance with the terms of the amalgamation agreement. The purchaser further hereby agrees that the shareholder is not making any agreement or understanding herein in any capacity other than in the capacity as beneficial owner of the company's shares. 8, no waiver of any of the provisions of this letter agreement will constitute a waiver of any other provision, whether or not similar. No waiver will be binding unless executed in writing by the party to be bound by the waiver. A party's failure or delay in exercising any right under this agreement will not operate as a waiver of that right. A single or partial exercise of any right will not preclude a party from any other or further exercise of that right or the exercise of any other right. 9. This letter agreement will be governed by and interpreted and enforced in accordance with the laws of the province of British Columbia. Each party irrevocably I think that says adorns and submits to the non-exclusive jurisdiction of the British Columbia courts situated in the city of Vancouver and waives objection to the venue of any proceeding in such court, or that court provides an inconvenient forum. 10. This letter agreement may be executed in any number of counterparts, including counterparts by DocuSign or other electronic copy. That's pretty good for speed. I was concerned they'd all have to be blue ink and FedExed back and forth. So that's good for speed. And all such counterparts taken together shall be deemed to constitute one and the same instrument. 11. If the foregoing is in accordance with your understanding and is agreed to by each of you, please signify your acceptance by the execution of the enclosed copies of this letter agreement where indicated below by an authorized signatory, and return the same to the shareholder, upon which this letter agreement, as so accepted, shall constitute an agreement among the purchaser, the company, and the shareholder. Yours truly, shareholder. Accepted on this day, Railtown Technology AI Partners, solely for the purpose of evidencing its agreement to be bound by and entitled to the benefits of and terms and conditions of sections 6, 7, and 9 of this letter agreement. So I've read all that to you, and I think oh, it's Eric B. pointed out where the date comes from. I can try to read that to you. I have it, but it'll be boring. The point is, it's defined in the amalgamate 102 pages of the amalgamated agreement. So here, look at what Eric says. The max date is October 31st, Halloween. It could be sooner. Account said says thanks a lot, Eric B. And I agree. Thank you, Eric. Richard K. We need word to get out to the general public for this to explode. Yeah, I think that's true. But Richard, it's also true that what you really need is the bigger buying to start happening up in Canada. And some of it, maybe like Pat's Ross account, some of it they may not be able to buy below $1. So it's counterintuitive. As the stock price goes up, more buying comes in, and stock, you won't be able to buy the same amount of positions maybe as it goes on, because the shorts at some point will stop providing unlimited shares, which when they do it's illegal, but under Bill Clinton's administration, it is legal to sell you these meaningless pieces of paper, entitlements. Eric B. I asked Microsoft Copilot to help me parse the dates. That's pretty good. A green finish would be cool. It would be, but it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. Let me see if I can find what else I wanted to share with you. Well, let's start there. I'm a little confused what I'm showing you, because it's very hard to read, particularly with my eyesight. We got 30 minutes to go. MTEN's up 4 cents at 5.10. GDC's up almost 7 cents at 4.61. Dolly Varden, which I showed you, I guess, because I was trying to get my shares in, which I guess I can't, is down 45 cents at 4.24. These pullbacks are probably when you add to your positions of silver and gold rather than chasing it. G-Bucks is up tiny bit at 18.92. So Railtown is now 42 bid to 42.6, 149. I don't see a lot of volume since I started blabbing. All right, let me just go with what I have here. Yeah, let's start with that, I guess. Oh, that's the uptick rule. I'm going to take that down. Yeah, I already read that to you. I'm going to delete that. Delete that. Okay, so now, what do I show you? That's 48. I guess 48 comes first. All right, this is Canada's place in the AI data center, in the data center boom. As artificial intelligence continues to grow in capability and adoption, the technology infrastructure required to support it is rapidly expanding. The rise of AI has led to the development of specialized data centers built to handle the high computational demands associated with AI workloads. In this post, we explore the core infrastructure of AI data centers and analyze how Canada's energy infrastructure, policy landscape, and environment position Canada as a desirable location for AI data century development. What is an AI data center? A data center is a physical facility that houses computer systems used to store, process, and manage data. Traditional data centers contain many of the same components as an AI data center, such as servers, storage systems, network infrastructure. However, these components operate at a much higher capacity in an AI data center to meet the speed. I feel the need for speed. To meet the speed and processing demands of AI applications. That's processing to you and me. Power requirements. AI data centers require large amounts of electricity to power high-performance hardware such as graphics processing units, GPUs. As demand for AI and cloud services grows, this is driving a sharp rise in energy use by data centers. In 2024, it was estimated that the transmission of data, including associated infrastructure, consumes 260 to 340 terawatt hours per year, which represents roughly 1 to 1.4% of the electricity used globally. According to the International Energy Agency, this figure is expected to more than double by 2030. In recognition of the high energy demands of AI data centers, governments and industries worldwide are taking steps to ensure their continued competitiveness in AI. In the United States, some of the largest technology companies have already signed on to long-term power agreements with U.S. energy providers to secure reliable electricity. Canada offers a competitive advantage with its abundant energy sources that can provide continuous, reliable power to data centers around the clock. Alberta, in particular, could be an attractive option for investors since the deregulated electricity market may make it easier for technology companies to establish long-term power agreements with local energy providers. Cooling requirements. In addition to high electricity demands, AI data centers also generate significant heat as a byproduct of powering AI-related hardware. Managing this heat through cooling systems such as liquid cooling technology is critical to maintain system performance and prevent hardware failure. Canada's cooler ambient temperatures could help reduce the need for these energy initiative cooling systems, thereby resulting in lower operational costs. So what is Canada's sovereign AI compute strategy? The government of Canada is showing its commitment to developing AI data centers and plans to invest $2 billion over 5 years, that's the government, to launch new initiatives that will provide companies and researchers with the tools they need to compete in the global AI data center race. It's a race. So anybody talking about delay, I think, is misleading you. Of course, anything can happen. In December 2024, the government of Canada launched the Canadian Sovereign AI Compute Strategy, which sets out the plan for how this funding will be allocated. The strategy is built around 3 core objectives. 1, mobilize private sector investment. Mobilize private sector investment. 2, build public supercomputing infrastructure. 3, establish an AI compute access fund. So they're going to have private investment and I guess government investment, or quasi-government anyway. Number 1, mobilize private sector investment. the federal government is investing up to $700 million through its AI Compute Challenge to support projects that establish fully integrated AI data centers solutions. Commercial entities, industry consortia, and industry academia and macadamia nuts partnerships are eligible to apply for funding. Funding will be prioritized for projects that meet the following objectives: help Canada become the 51st state of the United States. No, it doesn't say that. Prioritized by build out or expand the capacity of commercial AI specific data centers in Canada. Provide flexible and affordable compute offerings. Contribute to anchoring or growing Canadian AI champions. Advance innovative and sustainable compute solutions. 2, build public supercomputing infrastructure. The federal government, that's Canada, is investing up to $1 billion to build public supercomputing infrastructure to help meet the needs of researchers, governments, and industry, including those relating to AI. This investment includes $705 million in new AI supercomputing system through the AI Sovereign Compute Infrastructure Program. Under this program, builders are able to submit a statement of interest to the Government of Canada to assist with infrastructure development. The government will also launch a full proposal phase shortly that will further refine the program requirements. It will also include $200 million to be provided to augment existing public compute infrastructure. 3, establish a compute access fund. The federal government is investing a further $300 million into the AI Compute Access Fund to support the purchase of AI compute resources by Canadian innovators and businesses. To be eligible for funding, a participant must be a Canadian registered for-profit company developing AI products or services and must have fewer than 500 full-time employees. Conclusion: as AI advances, investment in data centers is increasing to meet the associated growing infrastructure demands. Based on recent trends, capital expenditures in the trillions of dollars. Capital expenditures in the trillions of dollars are expected over the next few years. Trillions, few years, to support the global build-out of new data centers. With its abundant energy resources, favorable natural environment, and strong government backing for AI, Canada is well positioned to play a leading role in the global AI infrastructure landscape. Okay, they just hit the bid to take out 42. So the last trade was 2 trades of 4,900 at 42 cents. Somebody had to sell 4,900 at 42 cents. That didn't kill the bid, so they did it again. Another 4,900 shares at 42 cents. So the last trade on the stock is 42 cents. The bid is 0.4088, 12,500 shares. The ask is 0.428, 12,500 shares. The open today was 44 cents. The close yesterday was 44 cents. So it looks like they're going to do their best to keep the stock in the red today. We'll see. We got 16 minutes. All right, we'll get to that one. I have to go. There's more to that one than just that first one. I have to go get it. So anyway, let's look at this. Tech-enabled growth investor Mavericks to launch fund number 2 with a $500 million target, March 19th, 2025. Mavericks Private Equity, led by ex-Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement System Ventures CEO John Ruffalo, will soon roll out a second growth equity offering. Sources familiar with the fundraising told buyouts. Expected to open this spring, Mavericks Growth Equity Fund 2 is seeking $500 million, sources said, the same amount raised by the Toronto's firm debut vehicle in 2021. The hard cap has been set at $700 million. And again, this is dated, I guess, about 6 months ago. Mavericks was founded in 2019 by managing partner Ruffalo, who established Omer's Ventures in 2011 and ran it until 2018. While at Omer's, he also created Omer's Platform Investments, where he served as executive managing director, and he also established Omer's Growth Equity. Mavericks was designed by Ruffalo to make significant minority growth investments of $50 million to $75 million in North American technology-enabled companies with revenue of $10 million or to $100 million or greater. So how do you read that? He's establishing a new fund. He's close as can be, like a tick on a rhinoceros, to AIP Partners. He was one of 3 guys to ask Railtown to buy AIP Partners. He's a founder of AIP Partners. What happens when Railtown achieves 10 million to 100 million revenue? Does Mavericks make a $50 million investment? Maybe in the open market? Maybe 10 million shares at $5? I don't know. We should ask that guy, Mark. He's got the contacts. Key to the strategy is the potential for Mavericks-backed companies to grow rapidly. Key to the strategy is the potential for Mavericks-backed companies to grow rapidly and exploit digitalization, now having an impact, whatever it says. Oh, that's the... All right. All right, so that's it. I didn't finish that story, but you get the point. Ruffalo is raising money for a fund, which I think is going to go into Railtown. Not the whole fund, but 50 million, 80 million, 100 million. All right, now I want to ask you, I asked AI this question. Merrill Lynch has implemented a rule of $5, which restricts the purchasing and in some cases selling of low-priced over-the-counter securities known as penny stocks. That's from $5. This policy was established in 2018 in order to help the criminals have a free rein selling stocks in the over-the-counter and the NASDAQ market like shooting fish in a barrel. Oh, I got off track. This was established in 2018 as part of a crackdown on risky securities that can be more easily manipulated for fraud. It's all set up to help the criminals. How the $5 rule works. Under this policy, these $5 securities face additional scrutiny. Restricted securities. The restrictions apply to securities that trade at or below $5 from companies with a market capitalization of 300 million or less. This right here applies to Railtown right now. Railtown trades under $5 and its market cap is $60 million. So, if you have an account at Merrill Lynch, you can't buy the stock, or Morgan Stanley, or UBS, or Goldman Sachs. You can't buy the stock. There's no buying. So when these guys come on and say they're just giving facts, they're not geniuses. They just sell. There's no buyers. Another part of the rule, purchases. Merrill Lynch banned the purchase. They banned the purchase of these OTC penny stocks, but it's a $5 rule. It's not a penny. They banned the purchase of $5 stocks across all of its wealth management channels. Wealth management instead of stockbroker. There's no buyer. So again, where are the buyers? Well, they're not allowed to buy. And when it gets over $5, maybe buyers come in. Sales, while clients may be able to sell these restricted stocks, the transactions are subject to enhanced regulatory review and potential delays. Exceptions. The restrictions do not apply to microcap stocks that are traded on major exchanges like NASDAQ or New York Stock Exchange. These are their own exquisite type of slaughterhouses. So then I asked AI, I said, hey AI, who's the fairest of them all? And they said Richard Gere, not you. And so I changed the question. It actually said you're no effing Richard Gere. All right, so AI overview. No, you can guess my question. No, it is extremely rare. I asked, do institutions typically buy stocks under $1? No, it is extremely rare for institutions to buy stocks trading under $1. Because of a lack of liquidity, risk, and regulatory restrictions that often apply to penny stocks. While some are technically not prohibited, the low share price, illiquidity, and high risk typically make these stocks unattractive to professional money managers who prefer investments large enough to make meaningful impacts on their portfolios. So again, counterintuitive. Where are they? If it's so great, why aren't they buying? It's not in their mandate. Reasons institutions avoid stocks under $1: lack of liquidity. Stocks under $1 are often illiquid, meaning there are few buyers and sellers. Oh, there's plenty of sellers. It's all fake. This makes it difficult for an institution to buy a large position without significantly moving the price. And it can be hard to sell that position later without incurring major losses. They don't buy. Regulatory and compliance hurdles. Many institutional investors, such as mutual funds, are restricted by their charters from owning stocks that trade below certain prices, often cited as $5. Where are the buyers? If it's so great, where are the buyers? Well, the hard part's going to get it over $5 first. Market manipulation. The low volume and price of these stocks make them more susceptible to pump and dump. Well, we see the dumps all the time. Schemes and other forms of market manipulation, which presents an unacceptable risk for large investors. Risk and small returns. While a stock under $1 might have a high percentage gain, the absolute, and it doesn't affect their portfolio very much. The absolute dollar amount of that gain is too small to make a difference in a large fund's overall performance. And then, of course, the great friend of the short selling, exchange delisting risk. Many stocks trading under $1 are over-the-counter markets because they've been delisted from major exchanges, which have their own minimum price requirements, such as $1. Who does trade penny stocks? Some hedge funds. While many institutions avoid them, some hedge funds trade them, but they often do so to short sell stocks. Hedge funds come in to short sell stocks. And of course, the spin is the stocks have been heavily promoted, which is what the charm boys do. They come in and promote it, get the stock up, and the hedge funds short them. But I think the hedge funds collude with, in my opinion, criminals like Lynn Partners. Retail investors, these stocks are generally the domain of the individual investor who are willing to take on higher risk. You guys don't realize you're taking higher risk. You don't realize it. What if a stock falls below $1? Delisted. The company may boost its price with a reverse split. We all know that's crapola. We all know that is bad news city. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. See what I have here. I should show you this one. This is this morning right here on the end. The trading this morning, 49,500 shares traded. There was only at that time 100 shares traded in Canada, and it held in. It was done at 42.2. Of course, over the course of the day, the stock is down. I would submit to you this was a short sale, 49.5, and that over the course of the day, they've covered it. And to them, a penny on 50,000 shares, I think that's $500. It's better than waiting on tables. All right, here's that story. Canada welcomes data center from Bell. That's Bell Labs, I guess, and TELUS. I just went through, some of the data center news, and some of it's behind paywalls. and some of it I can read. I picked this one. Canadian telecom companies Bell Canada and TELUS announced significant investments in large data centers, referring to them as AI factories, primarily in the western province of British Columbia. The companies say these investments are intended to bolster Canada. I better take some water. These investments are intended to bolster Canada's AI compute capacity and to support data sovereignty. These initiatives reflect a broader push within Canada to enhance domestic AI infrastructure and global competition and concerns about reliance on foreign technology and being taken over by the United States as the 51st state. Bell AI Fabric will launch 6 BC-based data centers, starting with a 7-megawatt facility in Kamloops in June of 2025, creating what the company claims will be Canada's largest AI compute supercluster. These data centers will utilize language processing units, or LPUs, from US-based AI inference provider Grok, not to be confused with Elon Musk's Grok AI and his gross date with Johnny Depp's wife. Without citing exact figures, Bell said it plans to invest hundreds of millions to billions of dollars. Without citing exact figures, Bell said it plans to invest hundreds of millions to billions of dollars in the Bell AI Fabric project. The company indicated the scale is significant, reflecting the high cost of constructing and equipping data centers with a combined capacity of approximately 500 megawatts. TELUS's sovereign AI factory, backed by a $51 billion investment, will deploy NVIDIA-powered facilities in Rimouski, Quebec, featured in the latest issue of Field and Stream, in the summer of 2025, followed by a second site in Kamloops, BC, emphasizing sustainability and data security, Inside Towers reported. The companies say these projects to us, leverage telecom infrastructure and align with Canada's AI strategy, recognizing they face challenges from power constraints and global competition. Canadian government officials, Melanie Joly, Ministry of Industry, and Evan Solomon, Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation, emphasized these forward-looking private sector investments will help create high-quality jobs in Canada, open up new opportunities for workers at home, and strengthen Canada's position as an AI leader. Moreover, they say these initiatives are aligned with Canada's plans to build the strongest economy in the G7. Them's fighting words. They better do it before we take them over. All right, this is another article. A guide to the $1 trillion worth of AI deals between OpenAI, NVIDIA, and others. It's written by Magdalena Petrova. And here's the visualization of OpenAI and NVIDIA's tangled web of AI deals. It's very interactive. This is the issue of concern, that a lot of this is fake and doing cross transactions, and it's all going to collapse like a party dress at the end of the night. Many predict, according to Magdalena, many predict that the artificial intelligence boom will dramatically change how people live and work, and the scale and pace of recent AI deals seems to reflect this idea. At the center, spelled the correct way, are a handful of companies that are increasingly turning to each other to finance and build out necessary infrastructure. Chat GPT maker OpenAI alone has racked up around $1 trillion in deals this year, according to a report from the Financial Times. In September, OpenAI confirmed that it would pay Oracle $300 billion for computer infrastructure over the course of the next 5 years. This deal is part of a $500 billion data center build-out project called Stargate, to which Japan's SoftBank Group is also contributing. OpenAI has also inked a $22 billion deal with CoreWeave for use of its data centers, which are packed with NVIDIA graphics processing units. More recently, OpenAI announced a partnership with Broadcom to develop and deploy racks of chips designed by the AI startup. That deal amount is undisclosed. OpenAI has been able to go on this shopping spree because of a $100 billion investment from NVIDIA, though a large portion of that money likely to be used for leasing NVIDIA's GPUs. Microsoft has also invested about $14 billion in OpenAI since 2019. NVIDIA has also spun a similar web of intertwining AI deals. NVIDIA in September agreed to pay up to $6.3 billion for any of CoreWeave's unsold cloud computing capacity through 2032. CoreWeave gets most of its GPUs that it then rents out to customers from NVIDIA, which is also an investor in the AI cloud infrastructure company. Meanwhile, Oracle has purchased about $40 billion worth of NVIDIA chips to build a data center for OpenAI, which is part of the Stargate project. SoftBank has a $1 billion stake in NVIDIA. Some experts are worried that these inflated AI company valuations, quote, are at a bubble, quote, unquote. A recent report by Bain Company found that AI companies will need $2 trillion. Well, you just saw where there's some government money coming in Canada. AI companies will need $2 trillion of annual revenue to fund the infrastructure needed to meet projected demand for AI by 2030. That's an $800 billion shortfall. Well, this is what happens, and this, I think, also shows the need for speed. But AI leaders are pushing back against the concerns, saying that this is simply what it takes to make AI a reality. Quote, the largest tech companies in the world are purchasing this infrastructure because they have demand, unquote. CoreWeave CEO Mark Intrator said on Mad Money on October 8th, quote, there's nothing circular about that. It's a fundamental infrastructure build out that is taking place. And when you have such a massive scale investment in an infrastructure, it's not unusual to see partnerships as people try to serve infrastructure to the consumer. It happens in other markets. It's happening in this one. And that's the end of that article. And I'm sure you're grateful for that. Should recent AI financing deals, this is from UBS, should recent AI financing deals be a cause for concern? Dated October 10th. Thought of the day. While the number and size, this is written by whom? Chief Investment Office. I don't know who's written it. While the number and size of deals in the artificial intelligence sector over the last months has encouraged some investors that the value chain is evolving at a pace, the deals of some agreements have raised alarm bells in some quarters. In particular, some investors are questioning whether OpenAI's strategic partnerships stand at the middle of an increasingly complex web of vendor financing arrangements with echoes of market activity in the internet boom and bust of the early 2000s. Recent OpenAI announcements include a US $300 billion cloud infrastructure agreement with Oracle, a US $10 billion custom chip partnership with Broadcom, and strategic alliances with major semiconductor and memory providers. Notably, OpenAI's partnership with NVIDIA involves up to USD 100 billion to deploy 100 watts, equivalent to around USD 500 billion AI capex investment of AI systems, while a deal with AMD could result in OpenAI acquiring a significant stake in the company. Additionally, OpenAI has secured agreements to purchase large amounts of memory capacity from leading suppliers, the size of which accounts for half the world's current capacity. These interconnected deals have raised concerns about circular financing, where companies invest in each other and rely on mutual spending, drawing companies to the telecom bubble at the turn of the millennium. Investors are questioning whether such dependence could pose risks. If AI demand or monetization falls short of high investor expectation. according to UBS. But while we are vigilant to the risk these types of commercial arrangements pose to both individual company results and to the wider market, we do not believe the current wave of AI vendor financing is a repeat of past tech bubbles. The scale of circular deals, while significant, is not overwhelming. For example, the OpenAI NVIDIA arrangement is estimated to represent up to 13% of NVIDIA's projected 2026 revenue, based on market consensus revenue projections. If a 1 gigawatt deployment occurs in the second half of 2026, it would trigger a total capital investment of around US $50 to 60 billion, with NVIDIA receiving US $35 billion of that amount. From this, US $10 billion may be reinvested into the OpenAI, according to NVIDIA, with further investments contingent on actual progress in AI monetization. This performance-based approach contrasts with the fixed, often speculative commitments seen during the telecom bubble. The financial health of today's leading AI firms is much stronger than the telecoms at the turn of the millennium. Most AI capital expenditures, especially among largest technology companies, are funded by robust operating cash flows. The quote-unquote big four tech firms are collectively expected to generate US dollars 203 billion in free cash flow after CapEx in 2025, including considerable investment capacity, limited balance sheet risks, and a far more sustainable funding model than previous cycles. This means that the value chain as a whole is not overly relying on debt or external financing to fund growth, although there are some pockets of that. This performance-based, all right, valuations are more reasonable and earnings quality is higher. In the late 1990s, internet leaders traded at forward price earnings of around 60x, while today's AI giants, the giants, are closer to 35x, with stronger balance sheets and more predictable earnings streams. This suggests that the market is not pricing in unrealistic growth expectations and that companies are better positioned to weather potential slowdowns. We continue to closely monitor key metrics such as AI monetization rates, funding trends, and the economics of GPU investments. So, although medium-term risks remain, especially if AI adoption or revenue growth disappoints, the near-term fundamentals should remain resilient in our view. This is UBS. The current deal flow supports supply chain guidance and could even drive consensus growth earnings upgrades. Overall, we see the present environment as fundamentally different from prior bubbles, with AI companies largely adopting more prudent investment strategies and healthier corporate financing. We retain conviction in our investment idea to seek beneficiaries of transformational innovation with artificial intelligence at the forefront. But AI is not monolithic and should not, nor should investors positioning in AI stocks. We believe AI will be multi-layered, multi-year opportunity that spans enabling technologies, intelligence platforms, and application solutions. Rather than concentrating risk on a single segment, we favor balanced exposure across the entire AI value chain. By the way, I think Railtown does that broad exposure, but we'll find out as things go. Semiconductors are 23% of our exposure. We focus on companies with strong fundamentals, sustainable cash flows, and the ability to innovate at scale. That's Railtown. Scale is Railtown. When you think of Railtown, think of scale. For investors, we have all right, whatever. If you want to go hire a UBS financial advisor, they'll fill you in on that. Here's another article. Let me go get the rest of it. And I'm going to stop after this article. Investors are plowing more money into AI startups than they have in any other hype cycle. This is written by Michael Bodie, September 29, 2025. AI startups now account for nearly 2/3 of US VC deal value, far surpassing peaks from crypto, fintech, and past tech bubbles, according to new PitchBook data. This is from PitchBook, by the way. AI deals have come to dominate the entire venture capital market. This is something I projected months ago, but whatever. At an unprecedented clip, dwarfing the quick concentration of investments during prior hype cycles, such as crypto and mobility tech. Quote, we are looking at the growth of the venture market and seeing if the current valuations in this hype sector, and investors being concentrated in this top sector are sustainable, unquote, said Susan Hu, a quantitative research analyst at PitchBook, who probably was in high school at the peak of the last cycles. By the third quarter of 24, AI deals accounted for 40% of venture capital dollars. A year later, it is rocketed to 63%, according to PitchBook. In comparison, fintech investments made up 17% at their 2022 peak, and crypto only captured 7% at its highest, also in 22. Even mobility tech, with all the enthusiasm around self-driving cars and scooters, reached 15% in 17. AI deals are dominating the venture market. I predicted that for you. AI deals are dominating the venture market. In the yellow is fintech. In the orange is social software. In the peach, I guess, is crypto. In the sky blue is climate tech. In the baby blue is mobility tech. In the navy blue is AI for the trailing 12 months. According to AI startup valuations, accordingly, AI startup valuations are ballooning so much that company exits will have to be absolutely massive for venture capitalists to generate profits. So one thing here is it is a race. The other thing is, to get these high valuations, it has to be quickly. That's why I think I'm going out on the limb, according only to myself. I think Railtown could be sold very quickly, but we'll find out. That's my view. No one else's. According to Susan Hu, a research analyst at PitchBook. The exits will need to approach the realm of CoreWeave's $23 billion IPO, she added. And private latter stage AI valuations are not done growing yet. Private latter stage AI valuations are not done growing yet. The case for AI startup investment cresting. So she's arguing that it's cresting. We'll find out. Could be. The sector share of the trailing 12 months VC deal value aligned around the peak in the middle there. There's also another impact on the venture market, with even the largest rounds becoming increasingly harder to access. You can't get into them. And that's one advantage in Railtown, particularly because you're aware of it, because you're willing to act. You can buy into Railtown where VCs can't even get into even the largest rounds of other deals. They're harder to access. With ever-growing valuations, VC mega funds are spreading their AI bets into earlier stage startups. Well, they're addressing that as Railtown goes out and tells its story, as the overpaid wankers at Canaccord Genuity are released from the restricted list. They can start telling the story. I think you're going to see the valuation in Railtown do like this. Well, this isn't strictly, this blue line isn't valuation. It's just percentage of deals. But it's going to behave that way, I think. And then here's the meat in turn. That's crowding out emerging managers. That is crowding out emerging managers from AI deals, even at the seed stage. Do you see that? Bigger money is coming down the waterfall, crowding out emerging fund managers from AI deals, even at the seed stage. You are able to buy Railtown. Look over here. These are the terms that are now used on Wall Street to confuse you. You're able to buy, in my opinion, you're buying Railtown at the pre-seed valuation. The pre-seed valuation. Maybe the seed valuation. But the fact is, Railtown's closing, maybe last night's market cap is 60 million. So maybe you're buying it at the Series A valuation, 54.9 million. But then you get the Series B, the Series C, and all the series above D. Look at how it goes up to 1.3 billion. You're back here. You're back here in this valuation. I mean, I argue it's pre-seed seed. I wouldn't argue with you if you told me it's like Series A, but you're early in the game. All right. Let me just one more thing before the market cap today is 60.37 million. I want to remind you, I was told this, I don't know how to research this, but there are no similarly situated AI companies. First to market, best in class, SOC 2 certified, in the commercialization phase, battle tested, 6 years of development, soup to nuts, trading for less than $1.1 billion. I don't know how to prove that to you. I believe it because I can't find one. But if you assume over the next weeks, over the next campaign, that Corey Brandolini and Marwan and the guys from AIP, they go out by the phone, by Zoom, by road shows, whatever, as they tell their story. If you assume Railtown goes to the minimum valuation of competitors, and I've been told it's 1.1 billion, you can argue with that if you want, and you divide it by today's price, 60,370,000, that's 18x from here. 18x. 18x just to go from this suppressed price to comparables. Not to excel, not to go higher than the lowest one, just to go to a comparable. Early stage, starting up almost. 18x. The stock closed at 42. It's 18.22. If you multiply that times 42 cents, that's $7.65 target. And I think that'll happen before the end of the year. 18x. I think that'll happen before the end of the year. Let's see if we're at war. I guess we're not at war. That's a good sign. It's a very good sign. So I guess it's a $2.2 trillion boom. Is this AI thing, Manhattan 2? Well, I'll read that another day. Budapest. Meeting between Trump and Putin off the table. Damn it. I wish Trump would stop listening to the Zionists. Why food, not pharma, holds the key to cancer-free future. That one thing Trump's done by appointing RFK is critical. All right, let's go through your comments, and then I'm gonna book. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna make like a leaf and hit the trail. Ward Richardson, the big money is sitting on the sidelines salivating. I agree with you. But the flip side of your statement, Ward, a lot of people say, well, if it's so, why aren't they buying now? It's cheap. Well, it's hard to get across to investors that big pools of money, quite counterintuitively, would rather pay more. It's hard to get across, but it's true. A lot of it's because of their mandate. A lot of it is the individual person making the decision wants to keep her job or his job. A lot of reasons. Eric B., right on. D. Gordon, Railtown is the good. Okay. Don M. Pat M., I bought most of my Railtown in my Fidelity Roth. Wow. Ron Pivo, great guy, but this is kind of sad. I'll give you another day, Ron. You seem like a short. What's that? What's that? That the stock's down? That I lost my cool at a couple of criminals? Look, if somebody's here to lie, cheat, and steal, I'm going to lose my cool. And then they're going to say, I'm just doing facts. They always take you down to their level. And they love to argue. I think they're trained to argue from age 5 onward. They love to argue. Donna M., you don't know what you're talking about, Ron. I've never seen you here before. I kind of remember Ron Pivo, but I don't know. I'll give him one more chance. All right. It's 4:37, and I'm worn out. I think I might leave it there. Thanks for everybody watching. You know, we have to wait. That's the story of our lives. But you're able to buy in. If this company were in the private equity food chain, I think they'd already have raised 100 million or 50 million at some high valuation, billion and a half. By the time it would get to you in your Roth account, it would be part of some ETF or part of an IPO, like the CoreWeave IPO, at huge valuation. This way you get to come in early. I'll admit the information flow isn't directed our way, that's for sure. But we have enough information, we have enough data, we have enough implied overall market wind at our sails. I think we can make some assumptions, and I know they're assumptions, and I know maybe I'm flying blind in some ways. But there's a lot of data. There's a lot of filings. There's a lot. Yeah, I just showed you with the help of Eric and others. I just showed you, and I don't want to read through the 102 pages. That's a big ass document, 102 pages. Maybe it took them a while. I don't know. But that's the foundation upon which the future valuations are going to be calculated. And I do submit to you that I think Railtown will be bought out by Microsoft. That's my favorite candidate. It could be Constellation Software. It could be Amazon. It could be, you know, Sears. We don't know. But I think it'll be much more quickly than you all expect. And I think it'll be at valuations that the short sellers, they're going to come in and say, oh, that's impossible. Oh, you're crazy. But remember, let me just look up, what's that company, SoundHound? Let me just look it up. I think it was down today. Down 83 cents. So let me see what the market cap. Well, I don't know how that works, but it's a $7.77 billion market cap according to E-Trade at Morgan Stanley. So I'll use that 7.77 market cap. $1 billion market cap for SoundHound. Well, using Railtown's market cap of, again, according to E-Trade at Morgan Stanley, of $60.37 million, and remember, SoundHound this year, to my memory, is projected to do 150 million in revenue. Next year, 178 million in revenue. I mean, there's news out there. You can check my memory, but it's something like that. They're not making any money. They're not profitable. They're hoping to turn slightly profitable next year. According to Corey Brandolini's post at presentation, SaaS is highly profitable, high margin. So what if Railtown gets to 150, 200 million in projected revenue by the first quarter? Profitable revenue by the first quarter. Compare it to SoundHound. SoundHound won't be profitable then. $7.777 billion divided by 60,370,000. It's 128 times on your money. 128x on your money right now. If Railtown replicates SoundHound's 2026 revenue projection, but Railtown is profitable by a wide margin, you're able to buy Railtown today at 60 million. SoundHound's trading at almost 8 billion. If you take that multiple, 128.8, times 42 cents, you know what you get? Do you know what you get? You get a target of $54.10. So in other words, if Railtown is able to project revenues equal to or better than SoundHound in the first quarter, and multiples stay the same, you could have a $54 stock. That's why I don't think you should be day trading Railtown. These guys that come on to day trade, let them do it. Their goal is different than yours. Their goal is different. It's very interesting. If Railtown replicated SoundHound's revenue with profit from today's market caps, your stock could be worth $54 a share. I'm telling you how to do the calculation. Of course, the question is, where is Railtown's revenue? Why is it taking so long? Why didn't they have things locked up? Why isn't the AIP done? Different culture, different rules, attorneys. But it's clear by the filings they're making progress. So anyway, $54 if Railtown matches SoundHound's revenue and the multiples are comparable. It's a great reason not to day trade. And it's a great reason not to lose faith and hope. We'll try to stay cognizant of risks. I certainly get from many people quite a lot of blowback, but I remain highly confident in Railtown. I think, as Ward said, as Dirty Randy said, buy, buy, buy. It's a great opportunity to buy. Certainly hold. Certainly hold. Add. But don't be scared out by the negativos. It's just, you're going to be mad at yourself if you do. So anyway, with that, I wish everyone peace, and we'll talk tomorrow.